The following program is for adult audiences only.
You said it was the last time, but you keep coming back to tell me sorry that you take back all the things you said just to hurt me. Our love just went cold, but I'm still burning. Our love just went cold. Why? I keep on making the same mistake.
The square window, that's what I was after. Yeah.
I tried to build my walls up, but you're taking them down. It's tearing me apart, I can't pretend. Now I have to get over you again. You said it was the last time, but you keep coming back to show me sorry you have changed now. But it's the same old story. Our love just went cold, but I'm still burning. Our love just went cold. Why? I keep on making the same mistake. I always let you back in. When I begin to get myself together again, you are back once more like everything's the same. I tried to build my walls up, but you're taking them down. It's tearing me apart, I can't pretend. Now I have to get over you again. Have to get over you again. Have to get over you. I keep on making the same mistake. I the same. I tried to build my walls up, but you're taking them down. It's tearing me apart. I can't pretend. Now I have to get over you again. Have to get over you again.
That's it? Oh. Here's a surprise.
Nobody needs to know. Surrender to the grief. Nobody needs to know. Let go. We steer it up, create rings. We make something out of nothing. If you believe, hold on tight, scream into the night. Make it all glow. Dress up the shit inside.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin vlog. Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapors' part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff. I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem. Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundaries.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything would know that vaping is safer than smoking, but they'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are in the MSA and all that. It's just a financial thing, and unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
All of the things we went through. You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape, it's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin vlog.
Long-term study.
vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world. Hello and welcome, everyone. Dangle clacks galore already, and well, it's kind of going with the times. You know, right before Thanksgiving, everything's just a jumble, trying to scramble and get everything all done. But fortunately, we should be thankful that we're not in the same boat as Australia. Unbelievable that they're actually going to double down on their prohibition. Their failed prescription model, they're doubled down on it. Now, vaping is going to be completely banned in Australia, and the only place you're going to be able to get access to vaping products is through a prescription from your doctor, and you have to go to the pharmacy to get it, and you'll be probably paying $70 for 2 pods for your crappy pharmacy grade product. Like, their smoking rates going up hasn't indicated to them that they're doing the wrong thing. No, they're going to double down on it.
Crazy.
Unbelievable. So I think we're going to jump over to our field correspondent. We're going to take a look at Mr. Sam the Vaping Bogan, and see what he has to say about the situation. What do you think?
Come on, Sam. Tell us how it is.
Bring up the news, mate. Bring up the news. All right. Music has to stop. Thank you. Let's see what Sam has to say.
G'day, Bloody Dickheads, Vaping Bogan. Back again for another advocacy update, I guess you would call this. An update on the situation in Australia regarding vaping and the government's plan to get tough on youth vaping. If you remember back in around May of this year, I did a video saying the end of vaping in Australia, and it might have sounded dramatic, but it is 100% what the government is trying to do. End vaping as you know it in Australia. Now, a few people have been like, what's going on? What is the government doing? When's this? What are they going to do? When are they bringing it in? And the truth is, I haven't been able to update you with anything because they haven't really given us anything. And
that's exactly what the government does. Consistently, they will make a major, bold announcement, and the more draconian the announcement is, they make the announcement, and then they wait for all the dust to settle and everybody to pretty much forget about what they're doing, unless somebody's poking them to actually. And then all of a sudden, and you'll notice this is very important for you guys to pay attention to. I don't know if you've ever noticed this before, but what day of the week they make announcements on is pertinent to how much fuss they want to create about it. If they make an announcement on a Friday, they're basically just taking out the trash because there's nobody in the offices to deal with any of the aftermath for the next 2 days, right? So when they make an announcement on a Tuesday or a Wednesday, they are ramping up and they're going to talk about it and talk about it and talk about it to try and get it in as many people's minds by the weekend. Because a lot of people don't have time to pay attention to anything that's going on around them except when they're off. They get a weekend off and they're like, the old school days of opening up the newspaper to go, well, what I missed this week? What happened? What's going on? It's the same thing here.
Bullshit.
They make the freaking announcement on a Wednesday or Tuesday and poof, everybody starts talking about it on the news, and then it takes time for it to get around the world. Yeah, I know we live in a 24-hour news cycle nowadays, but they still follow the same old routines. But here we go in Australia. Double Down is only going to be available in a pharmacy, and you are going to be screwed if you're using vaping to keep you from going back to smoking. Anyway, there's a link, or there will be a link in the description to Sam's video. Go check it out if you haven't already seen it. But there's this dichotomy of harm that nobody's talking about. Because if vaping is no more harmful to you than your coffee, or heaven forbid it be no more harmful to you than all the crap that they're putting into our food supply, and we consume that on a regular basis without any qualms from the government or health agencies about that, well then why shouldn't it be available everywhere? I mean, as an advocate for harm reduction, you want it to be available at least everywhere a cigarette is sold. So the consumer of a cigarette, the smoker, the person who smokes, has the choice to go, you know what, today I'm going to try that instead of what I've been using. But no, they're not letting you do that. You have to go to specialized stores. You have to get a prescription from your doctor, because in Australia, they want you to keep smoking and keep dying. Unreal.
Absolute rubbish. Unbelievable.
Listen, you guys know I'm a fierce advocate when it comes to this stuff. I do the best I can with the amount of time that I have to commit to it. I'd love to be able to do this full time, but I mean, that requires an income to replace all the other stuff I got going on. However, I have been attending the e-cigarette summit twice a year since I was first invited to attend, right? Wow. Attend it virtually. And in the UK, starts 8 o'clock in the morning your time, which means for me it's 4 o'clock in the morning over here. And this was the first year that I actually didn't get up in time, slept in, slept past the alarm. However, what I have done from the very first time I attended this is I record the whole thing because I want to take it back and I want to splice it up and I want to get the nitty gritty of it to try and use in the news or try and get this word out there, because unless you have an informed public that actually knows the risks and benefits of using these products, these politicians can put whatever bans and restrictions and taxes they want on it and not even look silly doing it. So this is what I'm presenting to you. This is what the conference was. Started, 8:30 in the morning. They had the refreshments and stuff like that. King's College of London is where they had this. And here's all the different topics and everything that they talked about during there. However, my favorite that I always look forward to is Clive Bates. Because Clive Bates, well, he tells it the way it is. And this year, his presentation was titled, The End of What? Because they were all talking about, the tobacco control end game. We're eliminating cigarettes, right? That's what the goal is. Well, right here from the page, it says, if you don't know where you're going, any road will get you there. Lewis Caroli. This strategy advice given by Alice to the Chestershire cat should be inscribed on every tobacco law policy document and activist pamphlet. The emergence of the end game strategies begs the question, the end of what? And what does that look like? Is it the end of smoking and smoking-related diseases and deaths, unnecessary premature deaths of the people who choose to smoke during the course of their lifetime? Or is it the end of nicotine? Which we all know is an impossibility because it's in every nightshade family. When you go and you eat your fish and chips, you're consuming nicotine. Most people don't realize that. When you have your beautiful pasta bolognese filled with tomato sauce, you're consuming nicotine. Fundamental science teaches you that anything, you want some hot peppers, you like hot peppers and stuff, you're consuming nicotine. It's not the substance that matters as much as it does the dose. And when you look at the science of it, you come to realize if it's just nicotine, it's a natural substance. It doesn't harm you, hurt you, doesn't cause cancer. Yeah. Nobody ever talks about that. Everybody's always looking at where's the harm. This has harm compared to air, which I think I call bullshit on too, because have you walked in the city lately? What it's like to breathe in the city versus what it's like to breathe in the country. I love going to camp because you get fresh air because there's nobody there except trees and bears that shit in the woods. And we have photographic evidence in the dad joke section later. But sorry. The whole point of the matter is Clive always puts together a wonderful presentation, and he has yet to be able to completely finish it in its entirety. However, in order for me to sum up everything that's going on out there, I think I need your impression of what his presentation was so we can have a conversation about it, because that's how we learn. We find the facts of the situation, and then, well, we have a logical, informed conversation where, I don't know, maybe our opinions will change. Maybe our opinions will be firmer and bolder than what they were when we looked at the presentation. So that's what we're going to take a look at today, because Clive was a fantastic presenter, as always.
Oh,
The speaker is itching to get on the stage, so I'm not going to keep him from that. He's, as you'll be familiar to you all, the director of Counterfactual Consulting Limited, a strong proponent of tobacco harm reduction. Clive.
Thanks, Anne. Whoa. All right, no conflicts of interest, but I do want to declare that I am feeling inspired and intimidated by the presentations that have gone before, and I'm going to say it now. I think this is the best summit there's ever been. I think this is a winner. Absolutely brilliant today. And And really great to see all the young scientists this morning. I really love that.
I personally loved how the fact that, during the presentations earlier on, they legit talked about, the whole focus and the majority of the content this year was all based on youth, right? Well, I mean, if all of the tobacco control people out there are focusing on youth, well, then we need to focus on youth too, and let's talk about the real facts and the real situation that's out there. And would you believe that there was somebody at the Royal College of Physicians that said, you know what? It was a mistake for us to tell people that vaping is 95% less harmful than cigarettes. It was a mistake to tell us that the harms of vaping cannot, in reasonable conclusions, exceed 5% the harms of smoking. And it's a mistake to tell people that vaping has less than 1% the cancer risk of cigarettes. That's a mistake. They didn't argue about whether it was true or not because the scientific evidence has now shown that it is true. And matter of fact, they might have underestimated it. The things that we normally consume in our daily lives on a regular basis are more harmful to you than what vaping is. But that's neither here nor there.
Crazy.
Anyway.
No, that's nothing. That's nothing now.
I don't want to take away from Clive, his presentation.
Anyway, unfortunately, now we have to listen to me. So here we go. I said I would talk about the end of what. It's supposed to be about the end game. One of the interesting things, we always talk in terms of prevalence, but I think sometimes it's useful to look at actual absolute numbers. And these are the absolute actual numbers. This is for adults from ONS data, and this is youth from the ASH data. Not strictly comparable, but the order of magnitude is about right, and the difference is about 16-fold if you take youth versus adults. Now, I think this is important. First thing to say about this is it kind of gives the lie to the argument that the industry is only marketing to children. By far the biggest market is the adult market. Even if the spillovers to youth, they're focused on adults. It would be illogical to do anything else. The second thing I want to say about this is, let's be real about this. The public health problem is in that big, fat, tall column there where all the smoking is. That's the people in the respiratory wards. That's the people in the videos from the Northeast. That's the people we should all be focused on. That is the hard end of the public health problem. This issue here is where nearly all the attention is going. And even in this conference, which is normally quite sane, even in this conference, almost all of the attention has been focused on youth vaping. And I think we should be honest about this. Those people in that column there, it's a flow, okay, that's a stock, that's really a flow of people graduating into the population. But most of those people, almost all of them, will never get sick in the same way that that group will. Okay, they will not be getting cancer, COPD. They will be vaping. They won't get sick. They'll probably be vaping in a transitory way. The problem is solved for the young people, by and large. The
problem is not only solved for the young people, but earlier on there was a presentation where they talked about youth, and, well, they took a look at the science to determine what happens if the kids pick up these disposables and they start using them. Do they go on to become cigarette smokers? And the science shows no. Realistically, there's going to be a couple people that are going to try it and they'll move on to it. But it isn't because, well, this is so much more addictive. Quite honestly, the science shows that if you use and consume nicotine through a vape, it is less addictive than if you use it through a cigarette. So we have saved all the youth. They've already been saved. There's no reason to pass any of this ridiculous legislation to save them because, well, technology has already done it. These things are a much healthier way for you to consume it. Anyway.
The real public health problem is the stock of smokers. But we must look at the flow. So ending harm, if we're focused on harm, it really means addressing the risks to the stock of adult smokers. That's the key public health takeaway. Okay, but we are going to look at the flow. This is an unnecessarily complicated chart, so I've simplified it. So this is 18 to 24-year-olds in the United States. I couldn't recreate this data for the UK. Sorry about that, but it's illustrative. So again, Brad Rodu, 2014. That's the profile of smoking, dual use, and vaping. Okay. Down at the bottom, the smoking and vaping. Okay. In as little time as 2014 to 21, there's been a 70% reduction in smoking and an 80% reduction in exclusive smoking.
Tobacco control never wants to talk about that because then they'd have to admit that their policies don't work. They don't do anything except make people suffer more. You know, the whole purpose of tobacco control is for you to make the suffering less for the people that choose to smoke. But their policies only make their lives more miserable. Along comes vaping, infinite technology that is developed to the point where these freaking disposable devices, yes, we do have the rare product like we discovered last week. Here we have a piece of technology that is 10 years old. The old Clearomizer, and it works. It works as good as any of these disposables do. However, these have come such a long way, and these are so attractive to the adult smokers and the adult population out there that guess what? They choose to do this instead of die from cigarette smoking.
Exactly.
And here we have the kids who've completely given it up.
That's the vaping former smokers. So that's people who've quit, were smoking, and are now no longer smoking. This is the interesting one. So this is the challenging one for this audience and the discussion that we've had today. Because that large, about half of the total there, had not vaped first. And we've heard it from Hazel and a few others today that they shouldn't be doing that. Okay? The message is you should only be vaping if you're already smoking. Okay, as a cure for your smoking. Okay, now I don't...
Isn't that the dumbest thing you've ever heard in your entire life? If you don't smoke, don't vape. What?
Exactly.
So you want me to start smoking, become an addicted smoker, and like you and I found out firsthand experience, go multiple decades before you start actually realizing, hey man, this shit is actually killing me. I've got circulation problems in my leg I should never have. And the only thing that I do on a regular basis that could have caused that is my cigarette smoking, which the scientists told me about, but I'm a kid. I'm young and dumb, and I can, do whatever I want, and there's no consequences. There's no ramifications for my choices. Until decades later when you're in middle life and you go, man, I'd like to actually see my grandkids. I haven't had any grandkids yet, so maybe I should, make some better choices in my life. Here, these kids aren't going to get those diseases and deaths because vaping doesn't have enough harm for them to be realized within the course of their lifetime.
I don't think that is a realistic message. And really, it depends on what you think the counterfactual is, what you think those people would be doing in a world without vaping, okay? And the way I have conceptualized this is that the demand for nicotine is far more resilient than the demand for any particular way of taking it, okay? And the concern about youth vaping and the sort of beliefs that we're hearing, from the CMO and others, is kind of grounded in the belief about the end of nicotine use. Okay, that if no one was to, take up nicotine after being a smoker, then the problem would sort of disappear. That's what's implicit in that position. And it's completely unrealistic. It's a bit like saying the only people who should ever take up alcohol are the people who are already drinking. It's just a nonsensical position when you look at it playing out over time. Okay, so the demand...
Listen. We all talk about this in they like to shame us for it. Vaping is tobacco harm reduction, right? The whole ideology and concept of you shouldn't vape unless you smoke would be like telling people you shouldn't put a seatbelt on until you've been in a car crash. When you realize you're going to get in a car crash, then put your seatbelt on. Don't put
Too little, too
sunburn
late.
lotion, suntan, sunscreen on until you've been out in the sun long enough that your skin is burning, and then go ahead and put sunscreen on. That's stupid. What are these morons? Step outside the box and look at the big picture, please.
Defies
It
all
drive me
logic,
to an
doesn't it?
early death, and it's not going to be from my cigarette smoking. It's from all this nonsense that we see out there. From people that are supposed to be intelligent scientists, and you read some of these scientific papers and the conclusions that they come up with, just they grab them out of thin air, are just ridiculous. And you look at the facts and the actual data and you go, how can they say that about when the numbers show the opposite? They're obviously getting paid to make those statements. Or they think that they need to make those statements so they can get their next grant. Anyway.
For nicotine, this is one to make Robert Blanche. Why do people use it? Why is there a demand for it? Is it only the predatory marketing of big tobacco? I don't think it is. I think we should think of it like other psychoactive drugs. People get something from it. And I divide the things they get from it into these three categories: hedonistic, functional, and therapeutic. I'm not really going to dwell on it, but hedonistic, it feels good. There's something nice about doing it. Functional, the dopamine release, okay? Everyone's like, oh, well, that's what you get from sex. Is it any wonder that people do this to feel those sort of experiences? Then there's the functional.
I wonder if that's why they put that poster up in the college that says, instead of vaping, you should go masturbate.
Stuff, and some of that came from, we saw
No.
in Caitlin's
I
presentation.
know why that is.
People want to use it because they're feeling stressed and anxious and sad and so on. And then the therapeutic thing, sorry, I've gone ahead of myself. Therapeutic things here, maybe people are beginning to sort of self-medicate in some ways. So it's not a chance, it's not an accident that people are using this drug. And my conclusion is that if it has functional and hedonistic appeal, it will always be in demand and people will always use it. And we've got to get over that and start thinking about the consequences of that and not kind of try and deal in Dominic Cummings style, simple, triad statements like, if you smoke, vape or whatever. Those don't really work when you look at how nicotine use plays out in the future. Okay, a further complication. We have all stressed like mad the harms of smoking, but if those harms largely disappear, and the main deterrent for using nicotine also disappears, okay? The main reason people use for quitting smoking is that they're worried about health, or the doctor tells them not to, or whatever. So if that deterrent effect goes, and the policy package designed to reduce that effect goes, then I'm afraid the main deterrent to using nicotine goes, and realistically, we might expect more of it. And, many of us are in the thrall of Mike Russell, of course, but in 1991, Mike told it as it was. There's no compelling objection to the recreational, even addictive use of nicotine, provided it's not shown to be physically, psychologically, socially harmful to the user or to others. Okay, that's a brilliant insight. And we need to kind of recalibrate our thinking about nicotine to take account of that kind of thing. And maybe think of it a little bit more like caffeine or moderate alcohol consumption.
All right. I have to cover this, okay? It says on there that there's no compelling objection to the recreational and even addictive use of nicotine, provided that it is not shown to be physically, psychologically, or socially harmful. Let me propose a thought experiment to you, okay? If all the things that tobacco control has done to try and eliminate cigarette smoking has been taken off the books and completely reversed, can you even define vaping as an addictive behavior? You're not suffering because you're not paying all these exorbitant taxes on it, right? So where is the harm? People moderate the use of it. You yourself You know, if you get a device that's got 12 milligrams in it, well, you just vape half as much as if it had 6 in there. And if somebody gives you a bottle of 3 milligram, you'll vape it. You'll just use it twice as much because your body self-medicates and self-regulates it and titrates your dosage to what it comfortably wants to consume. So, in my book, tobacco control is nothing but a con, because a lot of the things that these scientists are now claiming is physical or psychological or socially harmful wouldn't exist without their bullshit policies. It's ridiculous. And they don't even see it. They're the cause of the harm. Didn't they test a group and that test group didn't believe it was 95%, 97% less harmful than smoking? Yeah. There was plenty of presentations that brought up the fact that misperceptions about the safety of these products have continued to worsen over time, and that is going to prevent reaching the smoke-free goals in 2030. If we cannot get the governments to unite and the World Health Organization to acknowledge this product as the natural evolution away from cigarette combustion, people will keep smoking and they will keep dying in droves. And the smoke-free goals are nothing but a pipe dream if they don't believe that these are less harmful. It's ridiculous.
Alcohol consumption. Right, so if the harm is minimal, I think the demand might rise. But we shouldn't lose our minds about that, because that's a rising demand for something that isn't very harmful. And we've got to get that in proportion. Right, third area, the future nicotine market. So I'm trying to make a case here, and I realize how far we are from this, so, don't stone me. But, we need to, if we're pursuing the true hardline public health thing here, what we have to do is get this drug in context. Okay, forget about the deep conflation between nicotine and heroin addiction, nicotine and cancer and all of that. We actually have to be truthful about what it is, which is a fairly innocuous recreational drug that a large number of people like or find they get some benefits from it. Okay, and we need to find its place with a kind of thinking from the public health community that is more like the thinking we have for caffeine, for moderate alcohol consumption, or increasingly for cannabinoids. Okay? I think the future of smoking will be a little bit like the future of vinyl records. I think they'll go into decline. They'll be overtaken by better technologies. We'll go through we'll go through CDs and then MP4 players and now streaming, but there will still be vinyl enthusiasts around. And you can't stop that, and you shouldn't even try. The problem is basically solved when you've got rid of the mass of smoking. If a few people knowing the risk decide to do it, then it's over. The public health problem is addressed. Okay, so I think the future, we will move on to this sort of platform of, I've shown this a million times before, so I don't have to go through it, but basically 4 categories of smoke-free nicotine products will form the sort of platform for the future demand for nicotine. I'm not saying there won't be other innovations, I'm sure there will be, but broadly, vaping, heated tobacco, oral nicotine products, and smokeless tobacco will be the future. And when delivered with minimal harm, we should just be thinking of these products as a socially acceptable stimulant, even if at the moment they are very definitely not that. I just want to reprise one of the greatest errors of British public health. Hands up anyone who was implicated in this fiasco. Going back to the first harm reduction opportunity we had in the mid-80s, there was an attempt to introduce a snus-like product, Skull Bandits, in the mid-80s. It triggered a massive moral panic, sound familiar, about protecting youth from this, and the result was, boom, a ban. Okay, it was banned in 1989 in the UK, and that was then extended to the snus ban in the EU in 1992.
Listen, that was banned in the UK, but they weren't banned here. right? But people still didn't use it because of this moral panic and all the scaremongering headlines that said that if you use these products, you will rot your teeth out by the time you're 25.
Yeah.
So even if it's not banned and you don't tell people the truth, people aren't going to use it and people aren't going to improve their health outcomes. The truth has to get out there. We need more people out there convincing the public that this is actually a safer product. Magnitude safer. You have more of a chance. Somebody did, I think it was American Vapor Manufacturers Association, did a comparison about the rejection rate for PMTAs by the FDA and compared that with other things. Like, you are more likely to get struck by lightning twice than to get a product approved by the FDA for vaping.
That's true.
You are more likely to survive a plane crash and get into another plane crash than to get a product approved by the FDA through their PMTA process. It was a whole list of things. Utterly ridiculous. And people are in for a rude awakening here in the States. I was talking with Kenny about the fact that Louisiana just passed a law on the state level that says we want to have a list to provide to everybody in our state that sells tobacco products of every product that is authorized for sale by the FDA. It's a one-page sheet. It's got 23 products on there, of which we know there's only 3 and a couple cartridges to go in them. Right? So now everybody in Louisiana is all of a sudden in the same boat that Australia's in. All the vape shops are going to be closing up because they can't survive selling bullshit tobacco products. So who's going to be selling the products that are authorized by the FDA for sale? Well, the gas stations and convenience stores, because they don't rely on vaping products to pay their rent at the end of the month and put food in their stomach. There's a rude awakening coming.
Took off the market the potential harm reduction product 30 years ago. We got rid of snus in the UK. Who knows what could have happened in the intervening 30 years had that product been available to smokers who wanted to quit? Who knows? Okay? And that's something we need to be aware of when we're talking about banning flavors, banning pouches and everything. We get a moral panic. We're on the upward curve of a fad, probably, and then everybody overreacts, and then we're locked into terrible policy for the next 30 years. All right? No. Okay, the end of tobacco. Is this the end of tobacco or the end of combustion? I very much think we should be aiming for the end of combustion, not the end of tobacco. This is heated tobacco products in Japan. This is PMI data. But there's some evidence that suggests that there's a sort of causal relationship between heated tobacco and the decline in cigarette sales in Japan. We should not be taking heated tobacco products or smokeless tobacco products out of the range of options for using nicotine in a sustainable way. Okay, so the basis for policy, the risk basis for policy, should be between combustion and non-combustion, not between tobacco and non-tobacco. And I think the smoke-free generation proposal's sort of largely worthless gesture. But what I don't like about it is the inclusion of heated tobacco and smokeless tobacco products in that, because it sends the wrong signal about the risks that those products cause, which is much, much lower than smoking. Right? I could just skip this, because where's that Sarah Jackson who did the most amazing presentation on risk perceptions this morning? I would just like to sort of cut and paste everything she did and drop it into this module, because it was...
Clive always covers the false risk perceptions over time and looks at it, and they go, is nicotine going to cause cancer? Is nicotine going to give you a heart attack? Is nicotine harmful? Is it? And the basic question is it more harmful than a combustible cigarette? And it would be unbelievable to look at it, know the facts, and realize that the majority of people out there honestly believe that vaping is worse for you than smoking cigarettes. Because all they see in the news and the media are constant fear-mongering stories that say, look, if they're smoking, Worst case scenario, you might have to go puke behind the, outhouse. But if you vape, oh my God, you're going to be in hospital on a lung machine. It's ridiculous.
So good and so right. And I'm just going to embarrass myself now by going through my pathetic effort in great speed. Okay, this is American data, but it's very similar in the UK. You'll see we have incredibly few people really understand the risks. It's not even just less harmful, but much less harmful is the kind of like official line. Vast wrongness, where most people think just as harmful or more harmful, much more harmful. And then a huge amount of confusion, and don't know is just as bad in this. It's when you say you don't know, when there's real confidence in the scientific community, that's pretty bad too. Right, I'm going to speed up too. Same with nicotine, that's a mess. And this is the UK data. Again, Deborah and Ash, fantastic survey, the most useful thing ever. Don't know why they don't do it everywhere, I've got it. Okay, and a lot of confusion there, all right? The interesting thing about false risk perceptions here, this is the insight I want to draw out, is that they reduce the focus on the stock of adults, because the benefit from switching is seen as lower. And therefore it looks like less of a good idea. Whereas it increases the focus on the flow of new users because it looks like they're taking on a much bigger risk. Okay? And I think risk perceptions distort the entire debate and discourse around these products, because these false risk perceptions. Right. Who is to blame? I got cut short at the end of my last year's presentation when I got to this section. I'm determined not to today. So I just want to say, I'm not going to blame anybody in this audience, because this audience tends to be full, even Deborah, tends to be full of people who get it and do the right thing, okay, to be clear. But there is a massive complex of interests vested in harm, okay? Without harm, there is no tobacco control, because there's nothing to control for, okay? There's nothing to be against. Okay, you become coffee control if there's no harm. And
I think it's kind of funny. I think it was Dr. Charles Garner did a study, just a quick, back of the envelope kind of calculation to determine if we eliminated cigarette smoking and all these people no longer had anything to go do with themselves, they had to close up shop, how many people would be out of work right now?
Exactly.
45,000 people would be out of work. Exactly. Meanwhile, how many vape shops could employ people to easily replace all of them? Matter of fact, I think that would be the perfect place for a lot of these people to go work. To see firsthand how long they have been forcing people to die a premature death by spouting all this misinformation and these scare stories. Look at the number of foundations and organizations out there. And granted, when we were kids, that started off, they had the right idea behind it. You need to get everybody informed as to what cigarette smoking is actually going to do to you. But the science about vaping is completely different than the science about cigarette smoking. There's no harm. And if there's no harm, then why are you guys even paying attention to this? You should be excited when kids pick this up instead of a cigarette.
There's no such thing. There's also massive amount of academic and institutional weight behind it as well. This is just one example. And then there's meetings, conventions, and infrastructure, travel, conferences, and so on. There's grants. There's a huge amount of vested interest in an enormous complex of organizations and individuals who are committed to this profession, tobacco control, and they can only do that if there's harm. And that, to me, amounts to a gigantic conflict of interest. Three strategies. If I've got just 1 minute. Okay, 30 seconds. All right, here we go. Three categories of awfulness. First of all, you saw it in Sarah's presentation, but this is 40 organizations and professors from all over the continent. These products are falsely marketed as safer and more sustainable options to cigarettes. What's false about that? Not false. They're false. They're the problem. Okay. Then we've got more disinformation. We've got Ash, Finland here. the end of tobacco and other nicotine products, fighting for a tobacco and nicotine-free Finland. The problem is, what if trying to go nicotine-free increases the harm? It stops you reducing smoking and you do more harm than good, because that's quite a likely outcome. Then you've got these characters here who are focused on non-health objectives, like stopping the tobacco industry, which is not, can I repeat, that's not an end in itself. You only do that if it serves the end of protecting health. And I disagree with some of the things Pascal was saying about that. But look how that turns out. You know, this is a comment on the quit to switch, or whatever it's called, swap to stop, sorry. Okay, look, you've got 1 million smokers being helped here, and these people, wouldn't this benefit the vaping and tobacco industry? Rather have 1 million people harmed than the tobacco industry incurs some sort of benefit. Nearly done. All right. Carl-Eric Lund here, brilliant. Difficult to accept that the availability of these new products may have greater impacts on reducing smoking than the regulations we've spent our lifetimes fighting for. And I've got some very hard messages for the established mainstream of tobacco control, which I now think are saying and doing things that are worse than big tobacco at its very worst in the 1970s. The extent of the deceit, the misdirection, the way that they're keeping people smoking is truly shocking. And I know that doesn't apply to many here, but the loud, massively loud majority, I'm afraid that is what they're doing. And the answer to that question is yes, you are. Thank you.
Tell me that wasn't a fantastic presentation.
Clive Bates.
What an awesome presentation. You know, and here's the slides that, you know, are available for anybody that attended the conference. You can download them yourselves and actually take a look at the actual things. Because sometimes, you know, he has to skip past it. I mean, you're limited to a 15-minute presentation, right? And look at how many slides he has in his... I mean, come on, mate.
He's rattled through it, like, I'll give him that.
50 slides to cover in 15 minutes. I mean, what's your thumb? Are you playing like on a gambling machine? You got to just keep pushing and keep pushing and keep pushing?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, texting.
And there's the article he wrote, and it's published on his website, clivebates.com. You know, counterfactual. Is tobacco control the new big tobacco? They're worse than big tobacco ever was. And the money that they're holding into this is just staggering. You could eliminate poverty in this country with the money that they're shoving into tobacco control.
Without a doubt.
And then if you allowed these products to be sold as a regular consumer product, oh my God, you could send everybody to college too. And never raise a dime from anybody else. Meanwhile, here we have Australia. The only way that you will be able to get legally a vape in the country is through a pharmacy.
Yep.
Once again, who wins? Big Pharma and Big Tobacco.
Debatable. Yeah.
Because Big Tobacco is going to make the products that are actually made by Big Pharma, but they're going to be sold in pharmacies only. So the black market problem they have right now, it's going to get a lot worse, and nothing is going to change. Yes. Are the kids buying them from legally available sources? No. The majority of them are getting them from the black market. Well, now everybody in Australia is going to have to get it from the black market. Why do you think we coined the term black market Butler? Because all his policies are going to do is make that a thriving environment for the criminal enterprises. And now the cartels are going to get involved too, because, man, there's a lot less risk and a lot less fines and a lot less jail time if I got caught selling, a nicotine vape as opposed to selling heroin or cocaine or fentanyl.
Yeah, well, it is. It's the new cocaine to them, isn't it?
Yeah. Last week, the Australian Border Force announced that they intercepted some 35 tons of vaping products. What if I were to tell you that's only 1% of what's coming into the country? You moron.
That's nothing. That's just the tip of the iceberg, that, matey.
Meanwhile, they're sending out these info messages to all the businesses in Australia going, hey, man, if you're making vape stuff, you need to quit. You need to find something else to go do with your life. Because the government, at the end of this year, is going to literally clamp down on it, and the whole thing is going to be, poof, off the books. But is that really going to get rid of the problem? Of course not. I just told Kenny. Here in the States, right? They vape mail ban and all this other stuff, right? Here, look. Brand new gas station right next door to my house opened up. Their entire counter, half of it is covered with disposable vapes that are illegal.
I mean, if any of you guys do have or will watch the Big Bogan video, where he goes on to say that they're actually going to prosecute you for even being in possession of any kind of vape gear. Can you imagine
5 years jail time.
Jail. Yeah, can you imagine that one in jail. Oh, what you in for, mate? Oh, I had possession of cannabis and cocaine and heroin, and I got 10 years. Oh, really? What are you in for? Possession of a vape pen. Got 5 years. Fucking hell. What? Come on.
What the hell kind of world are we living in?
Surely.
And, you know, he actually sent me the actual thing. Darren sent me this link to actual testimony that is being given in Parliament in Australia. And I'm just reading through it, and it is so rife with misinformation. You know what toxic chemicals they're afraid that you're going to ingest when you get a vape? Vegetable glycerin and propylene glycol.
Nothing.
Those don't cause any harm. Oh. This is legit testimony in their parliament. And these people are getting up and making these claims, and they're intermingling tobacco and vaping. And that's why from the very first video on my channel, vaping is not smoking. Vaping is also not smoking. But don't ever treat them the same because they are vastly different. That would be like saying your coffee is no different than muriatic acid or sulfuric acid because it has sulfuric acid in it.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy. I mean, yeah, like across the world, what are these people afraid of? Why are these people so afraid of vaping? What, apart from the financial thing, what are they so afraid of?
Same thing the weed users are afraid of.
Yeah.
Corporations taking over to replace drug dealers. And if the corporations can't have it, well, then we're going to have more drug dealers, and the lawyers are going to be a lot busier. And so's the jails. I can't imagine that. What are you in for? Vaping. I got 5 years for vaping. Because I didn't want to smoke cigarettes. I didn't want to die. So now the state's paying my health care and my food and my cotton accommodations. 5 years.
It's fucking, honestly, it's fucking head scratching. You're sitting there scratching your head thinking, what is going on? I mean, Jesus Christ almighty, man. It's beyond belief, isn't it? It's beyond logic, belief. It's just beyond everything. You're like,
listen, I've already forecasted it, right, mate? There's going to be somebody in an Australian jail that's going to claim that they actually killed somebody here in the States. They'll claim that they killed somebody here in the States so that they can get extradited, prosecuted for that crime, and sent to a jail here in the States where they'll actually give you a vape.
Or even the UK, they give the vapes to inmates in the UK instead of cigarettes. So there you go.
Yeah.
a roof over your head, 4 square meals a day, and all the vape you can have.
There you go, man.
Paradise. No bills.
Meanwhile, weed is becoming legalized everywhere you go. Ohio, my lovely home state of Ohio, is now legalized recreational marijuana. And it was an actual win because part of the law is that, well, to make sure that the greedy corporations don't monopolize this new legalized recreational product, they said in the law that everybody can grow their own plants. You can have your own plants in your own house to grow your own weed so you're not dependent on the big corporations.
And to top it all off, what's the most commonly or 90% way of having weed?
Smoking it with combustion.
Smoking it. Exactly. Is that less harmful than tobacco?
No, it's not. It just has a different psychoactive effect. That's it.
Exactly. You think about it, right? With tobacco, right? You know, like yourself, all the shit they put in it to make it even more addictive, right? What are they going to do with weed? Are they going to add chemicals to that to make that more addictive?
Mate, they've already genetically altered the weed. It's not the same weed you and I had when we were in high school.
Exactly.
The stuff they have out now is 100 times more potent than the stuff you and I ever had.
Yeah.
When we were growing up, you could probably smoke 5 or 6 bowls in a row and just be chill and mellow. The stuff you have out now can literally give you a psychotic break because you got some of the heavy potent stuff instead of the regular off-the-shelf stuff.
Yep. Crazy.
Matter of fact,
man.
that's what. Where is it? Where is it? Right there. You can heat not burn weed as well. And that's what I was kind of scrolling through here trying to find. There was a guy that was actually using a heat not burn device. It looks like a little flask, right? And he was legit.
You can actually get you can actually get a herb tank that you vape for that. It's a herb tank. It's a heat tank.
It was legit a heat not burn thing. There it is right there.
Give us a minute. Right. Give me a fucking second. I will show you. Where are we?
There.
Give me a second. Give me a second.
Okay.
Give me a second.
Okay. But he's a legit, stuff in the bowl, putting it in there, and it's a heat not burn, just like it is for tobacco. A much safer, healthier way, just using simple science to consume cannabis. Look at that. That is amazing. We've come such a long way, yet we've come in reverse in such a drastic way. Okay, here we go. Lovely video posted on there. This is what the FDA is focusing their attention on.
They're holding James on $123,000. They came at 7 o'clock and got Victoria, and they raided Sharon at the same time.
Did they arrest Victoria Block?
Yes, they arrested
Victoria
her.
Block.
Yeah. Yeah, they probably took your stuff.
What's the owner being charged with? I have no idea. So of every single police officer here, nobody knows anything? No, because this is an FDA investigation. Yes. Yes.
That's definitely.
All of those bags are meat, grass-fed meat that the FDA is confiscating and will be destroying because it was busted in a facility that was selling raw milk. The only way you can consume raw milk in this country is if you're a farmer and you consume it on your own farm. But these people were processing it and selling it. And they got busted by the FDA. This is what the FDA is wasting their time on.
The meat. Yeah, they're loading all the meat up into the truck right now.
There you go. A tank for vaping herbs.
Heat not
It's a
burn?
heating element. Yeah, it just heats it. It tells you there you only glass dry herb tank, newest heating element, ceramic plate, no exposing coil, baking style, 3 seconds heating, fast to reach 428 degrees Fahrenheit without any plastic inside or vaporizer. Tastes well and no smell. Well, but that's just the crap. But that's it. And basically, I mean, this one, I did participate mine for a while, I must admit, but I dropped it. So I broke the tank. I've actually broke it's a glass, it's broke. I dropped it. That is actual glass. And inside there's like a little filtration thing in you're not going to be able to see, but there's like a little filter there. There's a little filtration thing inside there. And that's the cup where you put your herb in. And there you go. 510 pin on the bottom. You vape at 22 watts. That's what you vape it at. And that's basically it in the nutshell. There's your herb tank, boys and girls. If you could walk the streets with one of these, what was going to happen? Are they going to nick you? Because what they're going to put it down at? Are you vaping or are you having weed? Are you vaping or are you having weed? What should we do with this person?
I don't know. The public is so misinformed about everything nowadays. I mean, they don't know the difference. And because it's been illegal for so long, I don't have a clue about half of the shit that's out there.
You can get a little spoon.
That looks exactly like the spoon that we had in that wax dab tank thingy that we opened up the one time.
Yeah. Yeah. There's bear drip tip in there. There's even a... I don't know what that's for. I don't know. I haven't got a clue what that's for. There's like a little bag of string. Unless that's, I don't know. This is part of the wicking material, shall we say? I don't know. But yeah.
I have no idea.
It's by a company called Vapor.
You guys can buy unpasteurized milk in the UK?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Do you put your eggs in the fridge or do they sit out on the counter?
Either or.
You can't do that here in the States. Here in the
Display in
States,
the
the
shop,
FDA
but
is
normally like on
mandated
a
and
shelf.
required that all of these eggs that are produced commercially have to be industrially scrubbed and sanitized and bleached and ultraviolet light and all kinds of tests that are mandatory and required. And if you don't do that, well, then you can't sell them. So in the States, because they've washed off all the protective coating on the egg from the chicken, well, you have to refrigerate it.
No, just by choice with us. Normally they're just on a shelf. I mean, they've got a shelf life, obviously, like everything else, but they're just they're not displayed in any kind of shops in the fridge or anything. They're just basically on your normal shelf. You can store them that way, or if you want to, you can refrigerate them. It's just choice.
Not here in the States. Has to be kept refrigerated. Matter of
Because,
fact,
like,
their
when you buy a
milk has to be kept
refrigerator over here-
refrigerated as a raw organic milk, right? They sterilize the cow and clean the collection instruments, and it's kept in a sterile environment. But they don't pasteurize it because it came straight from the cow, and they protected it the whole way through the supply chain. Well, that's not good enough for the FDA. You have to pasteurize it. And if you don't pasteurize it, it's illegal. So we're going to come in here, we're going to confiscate it, we're going to send everybody to jail and fine them because you were selling raw milk. And all of that meat is now being destroyed.
That's all a bunch of raw, organic, grass-fed meat. Where are they going to take it? What are they going to do with it?
You know what it is? There's probably a lot of people here that have grown up and have never actually drank natural milk from a cow straight from the udder. It's all been processed, manufactured, and whatever. I don't think I'll be one of them. I've never ever had milk fresh from a cow. Never.
I did when I was a child and hungry.
Never.
because it's got all the fats in it.
And the creams, all the creams and fats are in it. That's right. But
because all that stuff is normally extracted out to make all these other products.
Yeah.
The industrialized world we live in.
All the fats and everything are technically to feed the young. They need protein, they need fat, they need this stuff to grow.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Meanwhile, here in the United States, 44 million people are insecure about their food and don't know if they're going to get a meal today. 13 million children. 49 million people turned to food programs in 2022. And that's not all of them. 100% of all the counties in the United States have food insecurity in various locations.
Same here.
And they're cutting back.
People that's working full time getting food banks.
Yeah.
People that's working full time, 40, 50 hours a week, who can't afford to feed themselves. Really?
It's ridiculous.
Sign of the times, eh?
And I love this one. It is so painfully obvious that our regulatory institutions are actively trying to destroy our health. Vaping helped me kick a 25-year smoking addiction. FDA's response? Spend $1 billion on negative ad campaigns to support their de facto ban on vapor products. So they can keep milking the MSA payments and the tobacco industry to keep getting more and more money.
Think about this one. Here's a thought for you. From the day you started smoking to the day you quit smoking, what would you estimate you spent on cigarettes?
I don't know. When we first switched to vaping, that was one of the calculations we did to say how much money we're going to save by not going out and buying cigarettes. But it's kind of hard to do that because when I started smoking, it was $1 a pack.
Oh, yeah. The prices have obviously went up since. But
when I quit smoking, it was almost $10 a pack. It all depends on where you went to buy it.
£1 million, would you say? Easy? Easy. Got to be over 30 years of smoking. Got to be over $1 million. More
when we quit, my wife and I calculated we were going to save $7,000 a year. Hence why you see the studio that I have. Because I said, listen, if we're going to quit and vaping is so good and they need advocates to do this, well, I'm just going to take whatever we would have allocated for cigarettes and I'm going to spend it on trying to make this YouTube channel and make it bigger and better and try to be, professional quality and get access to everything I can get my hands on to review it. But it's not that simple.
We were, it's 11, I'll round off to 12. 5 12s is 60, 72. At the moment, if we round it off, I mean, my wife's still a smoker, and if we round it off, it's about, you can get it from, it varies from £11 to £12, the cheapest cigarettes. So we'll round up to 12 quid. So she's spending roughly about 94 quid a week on cigarettes.
Times 52 weeks a year.
You want to round that up? Yeah.
12 quid a week times 365 days a year is 4,380 quid. That's what she's spending on cigarettes. Right. And if you were still smoking, it would be double that.
It's 95.
Almost £9,000
a week. £94 a week. So it's like $4,000. So it'd be like nearly $8,000 if both were still smoking.
Yeah.
And that's just on a 20 pack a day each.
I was a 3-pack a day smoker on Fridays.
Yeah. Easy. Especially when you went out drinking, 1 pack would last you, you'll be gone. You know what I mean?
None. Nothing.
No problem.
Mondays it would probably be a pack. Camping it was, less than a pack. But on a Friday, when I had to work and, volunteer in the evening and DJ and drink for the weekend, 3 packs, easy. Couldn't breathe on Monday.
I think we're smoking. I think some of the tactics probably have worked. I think some smokers did get outpriced where they could not afford to smoke anymore. I think some of it did work in a sense, but the majority of them, the diehards, nah. I always said I would quit when a pack of cigarettes reached over $5. I was still paying over a tenner by the time I quit.
I can't tell you how many times I said, you know, when I started smoking and it went to $2 something a pack, I'm like, listen, I'll smoke the generic ones to get it me under $2 a pack. Because I said if I was ever going to hit $2 a pack, I was going to quit. I didn't quit. When it's $3 a pack, I didn't quit. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I didn't quit.
Nah.
It wasn't until I found something that was more enjoyable and cheaper that I switched to this. And my only regret is I didn't do it sooner.
And even when the price of them were going up and you technically couldn't afford it, you always found a way to get them.
I'd go without a meal if that's what it took for me to have an extra pack of cigarettes.
Yeah, definitely agree. Yeah.
And my brother-in-law is the same freaking way. The guy's working at the mill making buku bucks. Spends it as fast as he makes it. But he's always got cigarettes. And when he doesn't, he calls his sister and says, hey, man, can you drop off a pack of cigarettes for me? My wife's not going to say no.
Yeah. You always found a way, didn't you? Always, always. But, you know, that's how addictive they can be. They're a drug.
That's how ingrained in your life they are. We use it for more than just, you know, a habit. We got the physical pleasures out of it. We use it as a de-stressor. We use it in the morning to wake us up.
Cool,
we use it in the night to calm us down.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Crazy, man.
Time for a drink.
They're disgusting anyway. They're a disgusting habit, folks. Quit now. Pack them in.
So is drinking. That's how we're going to have one.
No, it's not.
For your entertainment today, I got myself a beautiful bottle of Pennsylvania Dutch eggnog. We made that beautiful eggnog last week. So I decided, well, it's that holiday season, time to get it started early. Made with real dairy cream, rum brandy, and blended whiskey. Lovely 14.75% alcohol by volume. So no buzzball today, but I am getting buzzed.
Oh, on the rocks as well. Like it. Like the style.
Up for you, mate?
That actually looks really fucking nice, that rock. I have gone for a drink I haven't had for years. And this is Holsten Pills German Lager. Good old-fashioned German
Holsten
lager.
Pills?
Yeah. And this is 5% volume on a 500 ml can. Nice German lager. And we all know that the Germans do produce good alcoholic beverages. So I thought, well, what?
Listen, I love German beer. German beer is the only beer that I can drink warm. Cheers.
Cheers, my friend. But it's still best served chilled, though, you know.
Holy cow. I once had a bottle of this that was actually sitting around for years and years and years, and it was horrible. I'm like, the wife's like, listen, this would be great for your vlog one night. I'm like, I think I had that already, and I wasn't quite impressed with it, but okay. I do like eggnog. Oh, man. This is legit tastes like a spiked eggnog. It's perfect. I love it. We're going to go back and get another bottle for Christmas.
Yeah, but how long has that bottle been lying about? Because it does have a shelf life, you know. Egg, it's in the title.
Listen, there's so much fake stuff in our food nowadays. You can't tell the difference.
What the
So
hell?
when it says eggnog, doesn't necessarily mean it's got egg in it.
With a powdered egg. You get powdered
We have
egg
food-like
How the fuck
products
is
that we
powdered egg?
consume. We don't actually consume food anymore. Unless, grow your own. But holy cow, is this delicious. Nice, creamy eggnog.
It looks really nice.
Oh, yeah, definitely have to pick up another bottle of that for the holidays.
And for me appetizer, I've got me tandoori peanuts.
Tandoori peanuts. Nice.
They're nice and spicy as well. Oh, a bit of a kick.
Listen, I didn't do any hand checks on the Facebook post, and the only thing that got dropped onto the Facebook thing today was about Bogan. Everybody's sending me links about Bogan. Well, Billy Lee Rice put one up, so let's go to the Facebook page and check it out.
Oh, I haven't, Darren, a John Wheat beer. Ooh, never had that. And we'll go here in the UK.
There we go.
It rings a bell. John's Wheat beer. That rings a bell.
There's Billy Lee Rice's setup.
Oh.
Look at that.
Have a
You're
look
jealous
at
of
that.
all those labeled drawers, aren't you?
Oh, yes. That's just too organized for me. Like, just look at it.
I'm impressed with how many
Everyone.
drip tips she's got. Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4 drawers of drip tips. I thought I was good. I got a couple boxes of sorted, things, and I got one drawer that's got, 5 or 6 of them in there. She's literally got 4 drawers of just drip tips.
2 RDs, 2 RTs, drip tip coils. You're very well organized. I'll give you that, like. Very well organized.
Legion X banana
Even a cotton
custard.
drawer.
Luscious
Even a cotton drawer.
lemon tart.
Ooh.
What's this other luscious? Strawberry? Toffee cream?
Very nice.
Listen, for our Aussie mates over there,
To drive it.
you guys are getting raked over the coals. That's why I pulled out Bogan's Blotto Max today. And I pulled out Flavors, his butterscotch custard we mixed up. You have to let that custard and creams and all of those eggy type recipes and dairy type recipes need to sit for a long period of time before you get the actual profile of it. So I'm really excited today to be able to open up that butterscotch custard because I love butterscotch. I am getting my fill of custard though. Still have this thing here. Our little go Sigeli Shikra. And that's using the cap 1, 2, 3, 4 recipe from Darren. I'm pounding in that. We still have from last week. I still can't get over this thing. How good this clearomizer is working. The Kanger Tech.
Good old
Pro
Kanger
Tank
Tech.
2. 7.5 watts. It's going to last forever. And the Peak Bar, I just posted a review video on this one. If you guys could go over and watch it and throw a like on there, I would greatly appreciate it. It'll help the algorithm out and, let people know that we are interested in this, even if you're not interested in the disposable. Because I'm an RDA guy. If I had my choice, and it was back in the vaping heyday, all I would ever review would be RDAs, RTAs, and RDTAs. That's it. But that's not the world we live in anymore. So I review what I get my hands on. and what people send me.
Technology moves forward, and you've got to move forward with the technology, or you will get left behind, as they say.
Listen,
So, there
today,
you go.
after we get done with the stream, I am going to our brand new, Oxfa sent me this, a new Ox bar. This is their Pod Juice Ox bar, and it is, to my knowledge, the very first disposable that not only has a display, but lets you adjust the wattage.
Wow.
In a disposable. You can adjust the wattage, and now we're at 10,000 puffs. And I'm like, holy cow, 10,000? There ain't no way they're going to do that. And then my wife went next door this morning, got her Red Bull to get started for her day. And she's like, you want me to pick up a disposable while I'm over there? I bought one yesterday. They're only $15. They're 50% off. I'm like, yeah, because they bought them for 10 and they're getting a $5 markup on them. 11,000 puffs.
Holy moly.
We're not in the wattage race anymore. We're in the puff count race.
It looks that way, innit?
How? I can understand you just keep adding, enough liquid to make it work, but the coils, how do they get the coils to keep from going bad? And then I come to realize, because I'm also trying to finish up the review for the Mike Vapes Blaze Solo. Well, I realized it was 3 weeks that I was vaping this, and the flavor was still good. It was only because I switched flavors and I put in the banana cream pie that we made from Hippie Vapes. And I'm like,
yeah,
I'm getting that cinnamon Danish swirl because it's still on the coils. I need to dry burn the coils. And so that way I can experience this banana cream in its entirety by itself.
Full glory.
Individually. Well, I was embarrassed by how gunky those coils looked. So that's going to be the introduction to the review video for that tank. It says, don't do this to the best single coil RTA ever. So now I'm not so skeptical. I'm not such a skeptic about the 11,000 puffs on these things. Because I legit went for 3 weeks, at least a tank of juice a day in this for 3 weeks. And my coils look disgusting, but the flavor was still immaculate. If you get the airflow right, you will not taste the crap on your coils, especially over time. As that builds up, the taste difference is just so slightly off. Al Ben said he just got the Blaze Solo, and so far he really likes it. I prefer the Blaze Solo over the dual coil, because the airflow is so immaculately controlled on the side and on the bottom for that compared to the dual coil, where the center of the coil doesn't get as much airflow as the outer portion of it in the bottom, I think the flavor's better on the Solo than it is on the dual. And it has enough airflow for my preferences, which is surprising because Mike likes his stuff tight.
You can't say the pros and cons. I mean, a lot of people do say you get better flavor from a single coil of device than you do a dual.
Now I get it. I understand why. Before today, I'd never found one that I could agree with that statement. I'm like, yeah, it's about the same as a dual coil, but I just get more flavor out of a dual coil. Well, now the Blaze Solo, the flavor is so fantastic. It's just like, I don't need a dual coil. Use less materials, less of a coil. I just doubled my inventory of coils because I only need to use one, not two.
Plus you're probably vaping on less power as well because you don't need the power to, heat 2 coils.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't mind.
Well, sir,
to be honest, I think I'm just stuck in my ways. I'm a dual coil user. I've got plenty single coils, but I just vape them now and then.
Oh, I almost forgot about that. Holy cow. Look at that.
The fuck's that?
That's a quarter pounder with cheese. Quarter pound of wheat.
I was just
because,
thinking it's looking better, obviously.
Well, yeah, because
No
in our
one see it.
segment,
No,
we
no.
talked about, weed legalization, all that other stuff. Well, there you go. You can now get on Uber and order a quarter pounder with cheese from Leafy Restaurant.
That's a new twist for a quarter pounder. That's a new twist on a quarter pounder, like I must admit.
Yeah, not too shabby, eh? Okay, so where is it? I lost track of it.
What you lost? Ah.
Mate, I think we should probably get therapy for all these issues that we conceal with humor.
Oh, so true, that one, isn't it?
And I don't care who you are, but when Journey comes on, you become a small town girl living in a lonely world.
Just a small town.
Isn't it amazing? It could have
been
been decades since you last heard that song, but it's still playing in the back of your mind. You can hear the lyrics, you can hear the melody in your mind.
I think sometimes, though, when you've got like tracks like that, like, legendary tracks, radios play them to death and you just get pissed off with them eventually. You know what I mean?
The thing that got me was back in the 80s, how many one-hit wonders did we have? Bands you never heard of before, never heard of again.
Oh,
But you can remember their songs still today.
Chesney Hawks, I Am the One and Only. I am the one and only. Where they gone?
I want to know how this works, mate, because this picture came from the UK. Is that an effective crime prevention method? We just put up a sign that says no crime between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m.?
We've got a curfew, man. We're clever, us, man.
Huh?
Don't do nothing between them hours.
I got plenty of road
rock,
signs
wheel.
for this week. That's crazy. Wait a minute. What's this? Happy birthday, Becca Nichols? It is Becca Nichols' birthday?
What? All right, get them up. You know what you got to do.
Happy birthday, Becca.
All I'm saying with that, mind, is she better have more than 3 candles to be in this show because it's over 80 only.
I think we have something in the dad jokes that applies to her. That's not it. I'm not sure that's a campground I would want to go to.
I've had plenty of that, me dear.
Sandy Balls Campground? What? No, thank you. I'm begging of you, please don't take my van. Jolene,
Oh,
Jolene, Jolene, Jolene.
Jolene. I'm begging you, don't take my man.
Mate, what the fuck is this sign?
Oh. Well, only in the UK.
You were asking about pancakes, right? You wanted the old lady to make you pancakes? Here's a picture I found when I was going through my Google Images thing of my daughter making us breakfast one year for Father's Day.
Wow. Expert. She's an expert. That's all I want to say. She's a bloody expert.
She was only like 6 years old when she did that. 7 years old, something like that. I'll go ahead. I'll let you look at this one.
What the fuck? Holy fuck, it's like... That's the front end of a car. It's not a truck front end, it's a car front end. The rear end of a car... It's a car cut in half with a truck cab. Stuck in the fucking middle of it. Clever.
The longer you look, the worse it gets.
Clever, but what a mess.
Backseat drivers are always so intelligent and they always know everything, so let's just move them in the back. Let's move the driver into the back and call it a day.
Let's have a backseat driver, why not? Fair comment.
That's rough. Something's up. The farmer just unfriended me on Facebook.
Aye, what was that on the news? Your president pardoned 2 fucking turkeys. It was on the news over here.
They do it every year.
You pardon turkeys so they don't get on the plane. What the fuck?
Need I remind
and
you?
Wonder why fucking and you wonder why fucking vaping is in trouble.
49 million people turned to food programs, but we're going to pardon turkeys still. We live such a deluded world. I came in like a butterball.
Oh, God, no.
Birth control pills should be for men. It makes much more sense to unload the gun than to shoot a bulletproof vest.
Oh, my God. Are you, right? Oh,
you
God.
sing this one.
Take me down to the pothole city where my rim got bent and my roads all shitty. Yay!
Exactly.
I got that one in one.
What the?
Holy fuck. Oh.
Talk about making himself at home. Listen, when you can't afford the mechanic, but your friend's a plumber.
Oh, Jesus. What the
Fix the
fuck?
heater.
Oh, my God. What the hell is that?
Well, that's when your friend's a woodworker and you can't afford a body man.
Holy fucking shit.
Warning! These brownies are for shits and giggles. Some have laxative, some have pot. Eat one and give it about 30 minutes and you'll know exactly which is which.
I like that. I like that. That's cool.
This is the world we live in, folks.
Kids,
Talk about mixed messaging. Which one do you go in? Which one do you believe? What the fuck?
It's just pot luck, isn't it? It's just pot luck, isn't it? You go and you hear a scream, you know you're in the wrong one.
I know what Trevor would do. He'd go around that dumpster and take a crap right there.
What the hell?
Border Roads Organization. After whiskey, driving risky.
Oh, hell yeah.
Talk about some graffiti. No longer one lane ahead. Dear life. When I asked if my day could get any worse, it was a rhetorical question, not a challenge.
Oh, that's so true.
What the fuck?
That makes sense. That definitely makes sense. See?
Lane closed to ease congestion?
See, America's not the only daftest country on the planet, eh?
Go ahead, drink and drive. Right turn jail, left turn hospital. Far, sharp right turn to the morgue.
Exactly. Straight there, matey.
Replace one word to a song with a song title with sausage.
Replace one word to a song title with sausage. My sausage-legged friend, he'll never let you down.
How about, we built this city on sausage rolls? That was actually Lad Baby that did that.
We've got a more adult version of that. We built the city on cock and door.
Oh, man.
Damn.
Albert Einstein, about 1949, said there will come a time when the rich own all the media, and it will be impossible for the public to make an informed decision.
How so true is that? How so true is that in today's world?
Rebellion is when you look society in the face and say, I understand who you want me to be, but I'm going to show you who I actually am.
Yeah, man. Here with that one.
What the fuck happened to that?
Holy moly.
How could you even do that?
That's a physical impossible thing, surely. That's got to be a faulty one out of the factory. You know, the bend it before it's cooled down or something. There's just no way.
It's not possible. It can't be. It's got to be one of those tests they ran at the factory, like you said.
That's
what do you think of this house, mate?
Like. Yep, that's my dream home, mate.
1 bedroom, 1 bath, 18-car garage. With the carport outside.
What would be the first car you put in there?
I'd get my 280Z back.
The 280Z.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were popular over there.
I've seen a couple live streams this week. Oh, by the way, I just realized, I forgot to tell you guys. Shirley Franciossi, hello and welcome to the stream. First timer. All right.
That's Sherelle Franciosi.
Oh, I don't know how to read. Listen, last week we couldn't add math. We were trying to figure out what the tax was going to be in Canada. We were both wrong.
Yep.
Sherelle. Hello and welcome to the stream. Sorry, love. I didn't mean to butcher your name. Anyway, our favorite hero, Stanton, I refilled the paper in the printer, and I was debating on whether to print a better copy of him or whether we should replace him. So leave a comment in the description of this video to let me know who we should put up to be the face of the welcome printer. And while you're down there, hit the like button. We got to do this call to action stuff because it's so easy to screw up unless you actually write it on there. Wrong end, idiot.
Wrong end, you idiot. Exactly.
I want to grow my own food, but I can't seem to find any bacon seeds.
Holy shit.
You know, the sad reality is most people don't realize that you can't grow bacon that way because most people don't even know where the food is that it comes from that they eat on a regular basis.
Exactly.
William Henderson, hello and welcome to the stream.
I'll give you a clue again. Oink, oink.
Exactly. What brings you to Canada? Well, I was in a pub in Dublin and it said on my coaster, drink Canada Dry, so I thought I'd give it a go.
I like the humor in that one, definitely. Why not? Holy crap, why not?
Listen, the only thing you can do about awful people is not be one of them.
So true.
Listen, there's no reason to tailgate me when I'm doing 50 in a 35. And you know what? Those flashing lights on top of your car, they look ridiculous. That takes some balls.
Cheeky.
Challenge the cops.
The gauntlet is thrown down.
Ungrateful little bastards. What?
Holy fuck.
I do not advise people do that.
Nope, no thank you.
It's official! I'm no longer late for anal. Amazing construction. Amazing construction work. The tunnel is finished, and they're going to build the mountain next year.
What the hell's that? What on earth is that?
You know what that actually is, right? You ever watch the ice road truckers in Canada? If your highway is alongside a mountain and it frequently has avalanches, they build these sheds where the avalanches are so that it carries the weight of the snow when an avalanche dumps all the snow across the roadway.
They don't look strong enough.
I don't know. Hey, man, that's a nice Johnson. New roundabout coming soon.
Oh, I would love to have a go with that. I'll be up for that, mate.
I'm telling you, remember when we had little Hot Wheels tracks and we used to create that and just shoot the cars on there and watch them. Shoo.
That'd be amazing doing that in real life. Obviously, we're going to have a car that'll get you over it.
Go fast enough.
It'd be brilliant. Yeah.
Simple physics.
It's centrifugal force, mate. It's in the science. Centrifugal force.
Listen, autocorrect, I'm getting tired of your shirt. You need to stop making Thanksgiving puns. What, you expect me to quit cold turkey? Oh. That's right, Scotty. You came from Mommy's belly. Literally. Donut hole. Hey, this is Ed down the street. Your dog is doing business on my lawn again.
Fucking office.
Emergency phone not installed. Please do not have an emergency at this location.
Okay.
That's how we deal with problems nowadays. I locked my dad out of the car as it was running. And when he was writing the $80 check to the locksmith, I wrote down all the windows so I could get a better look at what they were doing.
Out.
You have to admit, mate, bootleggers were pretty creative.
Bloody well,
And they're going to be once again in Australia. Ban those vapes. You know you're getting old when you watch Home Alone and you wonder how much their mortgage was and how much they had to pay for gas and electricity and what kind of job did he have to afford all of that?
That's the first thing I noticed the first time I watched it. I went, look at that house, but that costs a fortune.
Guy must be a CEO or something. More intelligence for your life, store-bought bread ingredients versus sourdough bread ingredients. Water,
Simple,
flour, and salt.
Simple. I love sourdough. Love it.
Scientists recently placed 10 sets of matching Tupperware in a sealed chamber, and when they opened it up a month later, the chamber had 24 lids that did not match any of the 6 remaining containers.
That's so true. Tupperware just disappeared. Just disappeared off the planet, didn't it? Just went, where the...
Listen, every year at Thanksgiving, my wife would go out and buy a complete set of plastic containers so that we'd have containers to hand, leftovers out to people that came over for Thanksgiving, right? And the reason she did that is because we never had any matching sets of stuff that we could use for Thanksgiving. So if she wanted to give anybody anything, she had to go buy a brand new box.
Weird, man.
It drives me mad. Siri kept calling me Shirley this morning, and I was getting really annoyed. But then I realized that I just left my phone in airplane mode.
No, really?
So, what do you want for Christmas this year? Well, lately I've been really into groceries and gas and utilities. They're kind of cool. Stuff like that.
Yeah, pay me bills for the next 12 months.
John Stewart says it as it should be. If you have the guts to send somebody to war, then you better damn well have the guts to take care of them when they get home.
Yeah.
Is this you getting that final crank on the ratchet strap before saying, this isn't going anywhere?
Yeah. That's it. In it goes. The nip.
Mary's a savage real estate agent. Quiet neighbors across the street.
Oh, God. I'm just going to have to highlight this one before we go on. There you go.
Scientists created a six-legged turkey for families who fight over the drumsticks. But the turkeys escaped and no one can catch them now.
Six-legged turkeys.
Listen, mate, this is the only deer blind guaranteed to have deer stop in front of it and just look at you. Deer in headlights.
Like rabbits in a headlight, isn't it?
Do you know what this
rabbits
is?
in a headlight is freezed. I don't know what has got stuck. Could it be money?
Nope. Do you ever remember punch cards? Before we had computers, that's 512 megabytes worth of punch cards.
Oh, your clocking in card. Yeah.
These ones were actually hospital record admissions. And like if you wanted to find out how many patients, there was an episode of Emergency back in the 70s that used these things and you could actually see the things going on. But this 512 megabyte stack of cards would take 4 days to run through the machine. To sort it, to split out the ones that you were looking for. I wanted to know who was admitted between, March 7th and March 14th of last year. That's what you would put in as a sorting thing. So it would pull out the cards that match that and spit all the rest of them out into the end bin.
Holy moly. Yeah, do that manually. Jesus.
And that's only 512 megabytes.
What?
This is the world we live in, folks. Coffee, ice cream with a shot of espresso and a donut cone. But vaping is illegal.
Yeah.
Weeks worth of sugar in one dessert. Mom is temporarily out of service when lit. With the scent of, go ask your dad vanilla.
Yep.
Did you know that water is the most essential element of life? Well, yes, because without water, you can't make beer or coffee.
Here to that.
Imagine if people were this passionate about things that, actually matter.
Would be nice, wouldn't it?
You know how the football fans get.
Oh, yes.
Realizing that there's only about 3 paydays left before Christmas, I totally can relate to him saying, I could feel the Christmas noose beginning to tighten.
Oh, yeah. It's getting that time of year again.
Imitation pancake syrup, made of high fructose corn syrup, cellulose gum, sodium hexamethyphosphate, and artificial flavor, versus Sugar Maker's cut pure maple syrup, which contains boiled tree sap, aka maple syrup.
Exactly. It's tree sap. Hello.
I would love to put a sign up like this. If you're grouchy, irritable, or just plain mean, there will be a $10 charge for putting up with you. By the way, this signboard is gluten-free. Beer! Drink all you want. They'll make more. No worries. I said hire a rapper, not a rapper.
Oh, God. God.
Do you fancy a jump, love? What? Here?
Why, when in Rome.
You know, sometimes when I get bored, I go to Walmart and leave funny little notes and cars all over the parking lot. Like this one. I'm pregnant. Call me.
Fucking hell. Jesus Christ. That'll be so fun, that, wouldn't it? Yeah, that'll be brilliant.
There's a little bit of fact information for you. China's high-speed rail network in 2008 and this year.
Wow.
Here, let me show you what the United States... Here, let me show you what this United States railway network looks like. What the... There you go. That's what the United States railway network looks like. High-speed rail network.
Yeah, pretty much the same here.
That's all of it right there.
We can't even afford it.
Meanwhile, China's got 4,200 kilometers of high-speed rail work.
Wow.
It's not about who's real to your face. It's about who stays loyal behind your back.
Oh, yes.
You know who that is?
Marilyn
Monroe.
Yeah.
Great news, folks. Uber is now available in rural Idaho.
Like it. What a way to go.
So Granny can head off to bingo or church or the market with no worries. And who come up with this ridiculous idea? Speed limit 5.33 miles per hour? What?
Who's got a tack with it? Reach point something of a mile?
5.33, 5 1/3 miles per hour?
Nah.
Here's my Christmas gift. It's all we could afford, sorry. Have a rootin' tootin' Christmas.
Oh, pork and beans, man. Tremendous.
Root beer and beans. So you got your roots and you got your gas. Have a nice day.
Oh, you got your gas.
And get your RSVPs in early, man. December 24th, Nakatomi Plaza annual Christmas party. Die Hard.
Well, public event.
Die Hard. You never watched the Die Hard series, mate? With Bruce Willis?
Yeah.
Nakatomi Plaza?
That's the one, yeah.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Unfortunate sign outage. Dunkin' D nuts.
I'm a Dunkin' Me nuts, mate. I'm Dunkin' Me nuts, mate. Ah.
Man, I don't know if I should cook this potato or take it to the hospital.
That can't be real.
That poor potato? Pooh? What makes the world go round? Asked Piglet.
Fat bottom girls, you make the rockin' world go round. Yeah.
Albert Einstein, mathematics is the poetry of logic and the music of reason.
So true.
The adult version of Head and Shoulders, Knees and Toes is wallet, glasses, keys and toe. These are for your mom. Tell her to go get tested.
Oh, Jesus.
Something more from 1984. Nothing was your own except a few cubic centimeters inside your skull.
George Orwell. Wow.
The world we live in. What? You're bringing friends? We're Christmas lights. When one of us goes out, we all go out.
That's so fucking true and all.
The annual battle to try and get the tree lit. Public service announcement for you. This is how much sugar you're eating. in different brands of spaghetti sauce and yogurt.
Wow.
Look at Yoplait yogurt. No wonder we love it so much. It's all sugar.
Too right. Exactly. Full of sweet.
Prego, ragu. Look at the sugar in there.
Wow.
Just remember, when you're over the hill, you begin to pick up speed. Charles Schultz. And here we have a picture of the most expensive vehicle to operate in 2023.
Good old shopping trolley.
Speaking my mind is easy. Speaking it tactfully, not so much.
Yeah.
It appears that autocorrect has become my worst enemy.
Oh, I hate that. I fucking hate that.
Constantly.
It's one of my passions of hatred.
Never gets it right.
Honestly. Nah.
I mean, autocorrect is worse than the weathermen trying to give you a forecast for what the weather's going to be tomorrow.
Shite.
You know what, mate? If you were a dog, you'd be dead by now.
Okay, bit harsh.
Okay, you can sing this one.
Oh. Don't stop dreaming. Hold on to that feeling.
Immortal words. Thank you for driving carefully.
Oh, yeah.
There's always that one asshole.
Always is.
Eat here, or we will both starve.
Okay.
Pretty true statement, you know. Customer at the restaurant, no customers, no food, no income.
Exactly.
Another one of your road signs, mate. What the fuck?
Very embarrassing of me.
A humped zebra crossing?
You know.
You have zebras in the UK, and they're humped, and they cross the road? What?
I wasn't going down that line of thinking, like.
Here's a line of thinking for you. Any stairway is a stairway to heaven if you're clumsy enough.
Welcome, right?
Pour some sugar on me.
Some sugar on me.
And that's all I have to say about that. Jenny. Jenny.
Life is like a box of chocolates.
Your birthday cake has become a fire hazard.
Aye, when you get our age, you would put all them Karens on.
That's why they have these numbered candles now.
Really?
Can you sing this one?
Oh. Just like a bridge over bubbled water.
Exactly. Here we are talking about this 5 megabytes. I was wrong. That was 512. That was only 5 megabytes of computer data. 1966. 62,500 punch cards, and it took 4 days to run it through for one query.
5 megabytes. Jesus Christ.
You have a town called Twat?
Good old UK. Yes, twat.
Where are you going tonight? I'm going to go to the town of Twat. You know what? You're somewhat useful at work, but irreplaceable at happy hour.
Awesome. We've got a place called Pity Me as well.
Life goals. And that wraps up our dad jokes. Hit the 2-hour mark.
Love it, man. I love it. Yeah, we've got a place near Durham, and that's called Pity Me. Where do you live? Oh, Pity Me. Really? I'm not shitting you on that one. Called Pity Me.
There's all kinds of funky town names out there.
Oh, twats takes a biscuit, like.
I don't know. Climax is a pretty close running.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Right, that drink's gone down well today, mind, isn't it?
That sure is.
Oh. You know what it is? You drink like you vape. When it's a nice drink, it doesn't last you 2 minutes. Just like when you have that good vape, you just sit back and go, haha. It's just the same thing.
Exactly.
Tell straight away.
William Henderson says that he's after Ken's Valhalla Mini.
Not getting it. Mine. It's on him. Ribbon.
I would count my blessings on
wiring.
Thanksgiving, but my relatives outnumber them.
That'll be the case. Yeah. I've still got that ribbon wire built-in, hitting 0.08 ohms, and I'm vaping at 200 watts. Lovely.
William Dobson says, driving the UK for 10 miles of bollards and still not a single workman in sight. It's the same here, mate. My daughter is actually taking the trip this year out east to pick up the boys for my brother-in-law. And they legit have like 20 miles of construction that they're not even working on.
Oh, it's ridiculous. That's all they do. Here's a dig a hole, bollard up, and then piss off for a month.
Yeah. They've been working on this now for over 6 months.
It was like down our road the other day, you know, there's a big hole dug in the road, you know what I mean? Police were looking into it. Sorry, I couldn't.
Sherelle says that's not Marilyn Monroe, that's Norma Jean.
Well, wouldn't have that, but you know, there was a stage name, shall we say.
Oh, yes. Let's not forget about Intercourse, PA.
Oh, God.
I got a deck of playing cards from Intercourse.
Really?
Yep.
Like the Kama Sutra, like to show you various.
Maybe. Might be R-rated or X-rated. Can't
The
say.
Stickman Guide. The Stickman Guide.
No stick men or women involved. More like a bunch of fat bottom girls.
Fair enough. Go with that.
So what are we doing next?
Oh my God. Is it retro vape or... I'm gonna change the scenario. I want a juice. Let's see what we can rustle up as a juice.
Alrighty. Time for a random recipe. All righty. What can we make today? What can we make today? We have so many different choices available to us. We're going to make up one random recipe today, and we're going to make up one recipe for Kenny to go into his package.
Oh, sounds interesting.
Sherlock Holmes has to recalculate.
Sherlock Holmes.
I can't help it. I need more.
Do you like me new Hollywood light?
I do. Beautiful accent light.
Yeah.
Don't have to worry about the battery dying on that one.
No, it is mains powered. I think we're going to...
Hot diggity.
Look how many pages of suggestions you've got. Jesus Christ.
8,556 recipes to choose from.
Not just up your inventory.
Yes.
Holy fuck, mate. You've got a shop, you. You haven't got a fucking hobby, you've got a shop.
I could have one.
Bloody sure. It's not allowed, though. You're not allowed to have one.
Nope.
Pardon me.
But if I wanted to sell scented fog juice, well, who's going to stop me?
Nobody.
No regulations apply.
There you go.
What do you call the weather on rainy Thanksgiving? Foul weather.
Oh my God.
There was a recipe I had seen earlier, really caught my eye.
Then Mallory Great states, my family always celebrates Thanksgiving with a fast. The faster we eat, the more food we get. Aye, that one.
Listen, this year we actually decided we were going to buy 2 birds. Because my daughter's not here for Thanksgiving. She's at her mom's. And all the boys are grown and gone. My son's still in Japan. The other one's got his own family coming in from Texas. So my wife bought a little 12-pound turkey to cook on Thanksgiving. And everybody's just coming over to our house on Friday. So I got a 28-pound turkey to cook on Friday.
We don't really buy full turkeys as much now. We just buy parts, like the crown. We buy a turkey crown now. Just basically the breast, you know what I mean?
Yep, you can get that here too.
Full turkey.
But they legit charge you 5 times as much for just the breast. They
Oh,
cut off
God,
the
I
legs
bet
and they
that's
cut off the
good.
wings, you know, and they charge you 5 times as much. So at that price, the difference between a whole bird and a carcass of just the breast doesn't pay. What are you saving? $5 a bird? Meanwhile, you can use that carcass to make soup the next day.
Oh, yes.
I know I should have kept that thing marked.
Well, you lost you lost a recipe.
Yeah, there was one that I saw earlier that was really interesting. I was going to mix up, but you know me and my Alzheimer's brain, I can't remember shit that happened 5 minutes ago. I can tell you what happened 10 years ago, but I can't tell you what happened, you know, an hour ago.
I know that feeling very well, mate.
That's how we can remember all these wonderful songs.
Without a doubt.
Was this it? Was this it? Donuts for Brekkie? I think it was, mate. I think it was. Look at that. Donuts for Brekkie. This was for an Advocate for Liberty stream using the new Wonder Flavors ingredients.
Wow.
We have peanut butter buttercream, pastry cream, powdered donut, milk chocolate pudding, sugar cane, and Zeppola.
That sounds quite nice.
Oh, sure does.
Ooh. And that shouldn't really take too long to steep, really, should it? No real huge, massive influxes of creams or custards in that one.
Well, the pudding, the milk chocolate pudding, and the pastry cream are going to require a little bit of steeping. But a lot of these recipes that I've come out, and found lately, especially when you get an experienced mixer, they mix it at a little higher of a percentage so you don't have to wait as long. Just don't leave it sit on your shelf for 6 months, because then the creams take over.
Yeah.
And for my sweet tooth, gotta add at least a 0.5%.
Yeah.
But there we go. Recipe done. Let's yank these flavorings out. Buttercream, peanut butter.
Do you normally tend to get a lot of wonder flavors, flavors, do you?
Listen, this is one of the exciting ones that I've gotten because it was all their new flavors came in a variety pack.
Right.
So I think it was $28 I paid for 16 brand new flavors. Granted, they're only 10 ml bottles, but for you to actually taste it, single flavor test it, and try it in a recipe, that's a bargain. $28 for 16 flavors, brand new.
16, wow.
And a lot of the times, when they come out with these new recipes, a lot of these experienced mixers, go through their thing and go, okay, let's throw these together to make something new and see how it compares with recipes we've already made in the past with different brands. Powdered donut. Milk chocolate pudding. Sugar cane. Super sweet. And Purellum. And Flavor Art Zeppela.
What kind of flavor? Zeppela? Never heard of that before.
It's like a donut. Fried donut.
Really?
That's what I got off of it when I single flavor tested it. But like typical flavor art stuff, you got to use it a low percentage. 1.5% in this recipe is pretty much the entire donut flavor. This wonder flavored powdered donut flavor at 4%, that's going to be interesting.
Would you normally put that much in, or?
I haven't in the past.
No. Holy shit, my gum is burning off that shit.
Louis Null, hello and welcome back to the stream.
The Wrestle Story. Should enlighten me about that one, mate. The Wrestle Story. What's the Wrestle Story? Or somebody who's totally ignorant.
Hold on. Hey, got some light on the subject. Imagine that.
You know what it is? I've just realised your wardrobe must be absolutely stowed out with Vape t-shirts. Every time I see you've got a different one.
That I do, mate. I replaced all my other stuff. I used to have, fire company shirts and just like rock concert t-shirts and different bands and stuff like that. It's all Vape stuff now.
Oh, you keep them, man. The prized possessions, man. The old concert t-shirts, man.
You'd be surprised how many times I get questioned. Like when I go to Walmart and the greeter looks at me and I'll have like my Wake and Vape shirt on. He's like, vaping's bad for you. I said, no, vaping is much better for you than smoking, but I don't smoke. I said, well, then don't vape. Have a nice day.
Exactly. You don't smoke, don't vape. You don't need to.
But I don't think that you should be forced to smoke if you want to vape. Dumbest fucking thing in the world. Get in a car crash before you use a seatbelt or airbags. We'll install them after the crash.
Yeah, that's just ridiculous. Like, it's just, it's fucking. A lot of these statements are head scratching statements because you're just wondering what the fuck were these people thinking.
Especially when you look at the harm. It's not like, the vaping is 80% as harmful as smoking. Less than 5% the harms.
Do you not think it's just desperation? They're just running out of things to do.
That's exactly what it is.
Running out of ideas. They're just running out of ideas to totally bring vaping.
They know the
down.
writing's on the wall. They know that this technology, just like a record player, the people that were making vinyl records knew that their days were numbered when the CD came out.
Exactly. Oh, well, thank you for that, or Mr. God Christ Almighty. I'm brain farting and I can't read at the same time. Work that one out. Mr. Louis Null, he's told us there. He says he's named the Wrestle Story. It's a YouTube channel for wrestling fans, and he's a mod and a long-time subscriber. So yeah, good on you, buddy. Thank you for enlightening me.
We'll pop it up on the screen so other people can go sub to his channel.
Yeah, man. You want to fucking have your link in, mate? We do not mind at all.
Hold on. You've been here a bunch of times. Give me a second.
Is he going to get a spanner?
Yeah, you got a spanner. He can put his link in.
You're going to promote the man to a spanner. Well done there, sir.
I recognize him. He's been here before.
Yeah. Right, but all right. For a link in if you're a mod. Because now you're a mod on this channel now, so you can post this channel as well, bud. There's a method in our madness. Did you not know that?
I've really confused the YouTube algorithm. It asked me the other day when I logged in, a bunch of questions. Will you please answer these questions? And I answered them honestly, as opposed to what I know they want me to answer. Like, they want you to put a channel up and like build an audience around your interests. No, I don't. I used to when I first got started. I wanted to build an audience of people that, had the same interests as me. But now, with all the disinformation that's out there, my audience, I want it to be as broad as possible. So that's why there's computer content up there. That's why there's a podcast that was, going to be done on a regular basis. That's why we have this weekly vlog. That's why I still do vape reviews. Because I want other people to look at it and question what they think the truth is. And all you got to do is one time go and follow any one of the links we post, and they can find the truth out there. What they do with it, I don't care. That's up to them. That's their choice. But at least, arm people with the truth so they can make an informed decision.
That's the power of the media, mate. You know what I mean? They can literally fucking hide anything on you, and they'll expect you to believe it. And some people, the majority of people do.
Most people don't ever read the actual articles. They just look for the headlines, and they believe the headlines.
It's just the headlines. Yeah, the headlines, yeah.
And then the editors and the... Good.
I remember years ago I had a paper. I don't even still have it still in production because it was basically called the bullshit paper. I think it was called the Daily Sport. And they used to put these ridiculous headlines on the front page of the paper to sell it. And I actually put a photograph, and I'm not. This had a photograph like evidence, but you can obviously see it wasn't. It said, "Astronauts find double-decker bus on the moon." That was the big headline, and there was a picture of a double-decker bus on the fucking moon. I kid you not. That's how fucking crazy that paper was. I don't think it's I'd be very surprised with its existence. But that's
I used to love reading articles on The Onion. Because they would take something, that was legit going on, and they would like change the headlines and change the story to be something totally preposterous. The problem is our world has gotten so crazy that if you were to read The Onion, you wouldn't actually know if it's true or not. Because our world is that ridiculous.
Funny you mentioned onions. That's what the dark web runs on. Onions.
Yeah.
Have you ever been on? You can get on, get easy now. Have you ever been on the dark web? It's no fucking different. There's dodgy sides, but it's just no different. No different to what you do now. Just nobody can see you.
Well, as an information security professional, yeah, I've been on there. I've actually done the research to find the places that are not on the legit web.
Oh, without a doubt. But some people say, yeah, it's for security and all that. But yeah, it is secure. But why do you not want to? I mean, yes, I can see why you don't want to be seen in some cases. But with everybody, Big Brother watching you now, knowing what you do and what you don't, some people don't want people to say what they're doing. So you know what I mean. But I think you can categorize the dark web. You don't know
how hard it is to get your actual website when you create one to be listed on Google and Microsoft and all these other places.
Oh God, I well believe it.
The hoops you have to jump through to verify you're a real person and not some software that wrote this, web page and then just created a website automatically, because there's so many websites that are out there that are nothing but propaganda pages, spam, reposters.
Well, I think that's what the hoo-ha about this ENI, like this AI shit. Yeah, it can be used for like leisure, but it can also be used for very, shall we say, darker fucking means and purposes.
Listen, I already know authors and editors that have lost their job because they've been replaced by AI.
Yeah.
This is going to be interesting. Peanut butter buttercream. Got the right smell. 0.9.
Onion was hilarious. Stephen Lane. Hello, Stephen Lane. Awesome.
There you go. Of all the things that we use to vape, the only part that is ever in question is what's in there right now.
Yeah.
All those flavoring compounds and the compounds that are created when you mix multiple flavors together, that's the only part that there is no health verified information about. It's all a big question.
But you don't think that should be like another branch of research into vaping as the flavorings, like
they should.
It's not really in depth.
And
I mean,
there are people that have done research on it.
Yeah.
But there's no way of knowing long-term consequences. And part of the problem is you and I both know vapors don't vape the exact same ingredients all the time. They're always switching it up.
Plus, Plus, I think we've touched on it before. It's obviously the fucking dosage as well. It's that minimal. You know, even if there is something that's classed as harmful, the dosage you're getting is so. You know,
and
I think
the other factor is exposure time. If you only ever have pastry cream in one e-liquid recipe that you've made and vaped, and you never vape it again, how much harm could it possibly do to you over the course of your life?
Yeah, and I think we touched on it once where like they actually tested flavors on a machine. They were testing for certain flavorings or certain ingredients in an e-liquid, and the machine couldn't even pick it up because the dose was that small. You know what I mean?
Yep. And nicotine's already been tested for inhalation and is safe. They've got plenty of long-term studies because when they made, the Nicotrol inhalers to get that authorized by the FDA as a smoking cessation tool, they had to do plenty of science on it.
Well, smoking in it was safe enough to smoke it, so you know what I mean? Apparently, in the days. It's ironic, isn't it? Now when you look back, how smoking used to be so promoted. You know, you even had Hollywood movie stars saying how cool it was, with especially the cowboys smoking the Marlboro and all this shit, you know what I mean? Look at it now. Fucking hell.
Mate, cigarette smoking is still prevalent in TV and movies. We were watching a series lately. Our kick has been Homeland. It's about, the CIA and terrorists and going after terrorist cells and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's right. I've heard of that one. Homeland, yeah.
They smoke in there all the time. I understand the cultural significance of it, especially in certain areas of the world, but if you're so into banning stuff that's harmful to people, how come you never see anybody vaping on TV?
It's even the era as well. That film, programs are made of, if it's a program that's made and it's based in the 70s, well, obviously smoke was right then, so they're going to have character smoke.
Homeland was made after the 9/11 thing, so I think they started in 2000 or 2002 or some stuff like that.
Yeah. Like I say, some of the old sitcoms used to get on here. Only Fools and Horses is a classic example where Del Boy's he's always got a cigar in his mouth, and there's other characters all smoking cigars and shit all the time, so there's plenty of it about.
This is something I need to order some more of. Vegetable glycerin. I'm already through that gallon I ordered not too long ago.
Wow. Your wife was seeing one of our relatives that live over in, it's like our grandma's relatives, our grandma's sisters live over in Florida. So when she smoked, she used to have one of them, she made it look elegant because she used to have one of them long cigarette holders, like they did in the roaring 30s and 40s. She says that's how she used to smoke her cigarette, was in a big holder, and she made it look so classic, shall we say? You know what I mean? And she always used to smoke a cigarette through a holder. Never ever put her lips through a butt. Always through a cigarette holder.
I have to laugh because you see these news studies out there, and you see the comments that people are making, and even when I listen to those Australian radio interviews of Mark Butler and stuff, and they talk about renormalizing cigarette smoking. That's why vaping is so bad, because it's renormalizing smoking. First off, it doesn't renormalize smoking; it normalizes vaping, which is a harm reduction. But they ignore that part. If it was about renormalizing smoking, then why didn't they ban smoking in TV and movies?
Exactly.
It's not about what they say it's about.
I can kind of understand how our generation grew up with it, because it was on TV. Your movie stars done it, so they were your idols, and it's like the day, you pop out, you follow your celebs, don't you? And that's kind of how it was then. But now, but you see items in the news of various Hollywood actors and celebrities who are actually vapors now, but they don't highlight it, do they? They don't say, "Oh, I don't know, such and such is a vapor." That doesn't happen, does it? You know what I mean?
No.
Tarnish their name. I think the last one I seen of the celebrity vapor was I don't know if there was any truth in it or it was just a fucking newspaper thing, was Leonardo DiCaprio. There was a picture
That's
of him
true.
with a vape in his mouth. True, yeah. Man's a
Yeah.
vapor. Why don't they highlight this shit then? You know what I mean? They were happy to highlight, I don't know, John Wayne or whoever smoking a Marlboro. Why can't they have a modern film star now vaping? Why not?
Because it's banned. It's tobacco use.
But there's a question: if the ban's so much in America, where all your celebs are, will your celebs still be able to vape and all that shit? I bet they do, because of that the aristocracy, aren't they? Get away with everything.
It's just like gun prohibition in the UK. The aristocracy can still go and hunt and use their guns.
Oh yeah. Hello, Neil Pitts.
It's the
Welcome to
average
stream.
bloke like you and me that have to pay for these prohibitions.
Bullshit, man.
It's like cigar smokers. All the politicians smoke, so cigars, so they'll never ban cigars.
You see, that's like alcohol here. All the politicians are like in their spirits, their whiskies and all that. If you notice, the tax hardly ever goes up on spirits and beer, because all them fuckers do it.
Yeah.
And they're probably claiming on their frickin' expensive as well. On their expenses as entertainment or miscellaneous or whatever it is.
What the fudge?
It's surprising what governments actually waste the taxpayers' money. Do you know that we are actually having, right here in the UK at this current moment, we are having a public inquiry to the government with COVID? They actually have the scientists who are advising the government, they've got them in as witnesses. That's what it was based on, the science. So, I mean, fuck off. You know what I mean? Wasting taxpayers' money on that. Bullshit.
They did all that stuff
Ooh.
over here in the States as well.
But why?
Because the numbers and the facts don't add up on what happened and how it happened. And certain people profited from the situation.
Of course they did, but I mean...
And now it's quite obvious.
I mean, at the end of the day, there you go. Space Turtle says, why can't I file my blueberry butter liquid as an expense?
Start a YouTube channel. That's all right off now.
Yeah, I can get those lot of people fucking milk that made money out of it, but at the end of the day, it was a brand new disease that nobody knew nothing about, and you know, it hit with like a fucking bag of shit.
Mate, COVID happened out of nowhere, right? 6 months later, you know,
Yeah.
they were like, oh, we got to come up with the vaccine. And then 6 months after that, everybody had to take it. Vaping's been around for 2 decades, and we don't know enough. We just don't know. Bullshit.
No, we don't do it. No, we don't know enough, no. I think they should have put the vaccine in a vape device. That would have been good.
I don't think it works like that.
And that would, when you think about it, vapors and smokers never got fucking COVID. That's the fucking ironic thing about it, isn't it? Except you.
You know, I really looked into that whole Kennedy situation and stuff when they were, you know, he was talking about running as president, and I read the books to try and get his perspective on things. And man, he's got his shit scientifically documented, and it does make a lot of sense what he has to say. However,
Yeah, but he's kind of he's kind of vanished again in the distance, hasn't he? He's not headline now, and he's just kind of disappeared now, hasn't he?
Oh no, his numbers are growing. And matter of fact, if you like watch The Hill, the mainstream media is not going to cover him because they want you to pick between Trump and Biden. That's it.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. The media's kind of he's disappeared now, and that kind of thing.
And I don't care which one you vote for. It's not going to change anything. It'll make you feel better.
It's just
but
like,
they don't actually change what happens in Washington D.C.
It's just like here, you know, we're hearing all about what's going on in the Gaza Strip and all of that. All of a sudden, the war in Ukraine has just totally fucking vanished. It doesn't exist anymore. It's gone. There's fuck all on the news about that anymore.
Mm-hmm.
All this fucking Israel bullshit.
Yeah.
They've been fighting over that piece of land for fucking decades, man. For Christ's sake, you know what I mean? They still
our
can't
entire
agree on
life,
anything.
and our parents' lives, and the lives of our grandparents and our great-grandparents.
Exactly. They've always been fighting over that bit of land, man. Always. And always will be. They're just using a terrorist organisation excuse to go and sort it out. That's what they're doing.
Space Turtle 1 solution. Let's just give Jerusalem back to the Romans.
Why not? Why not? It's all politics, man. It's not war, it's politics. Bullshit. Do you know what it is? I had a fucking Jehovah's Witness at my doorstep yesterday. I said, you know what it is, mate? You can go and fuck yourself. You know what I mean? Pretty much.
There was a cartoon thing. Yeah, I thought about throwing into the thing, but I'm like, you know what? It's just not even worth bringing it up. I'm gonna offend too many people, or it's just not funny. I don't see it as funny. But it was a picture of scientist that goes walking around and says, "We're here to talk to you about evolution." Going up to a Jehovah's Witness house.
Oh shit! And I would like. He sat there and says, you know, the world and all this. I says, notice me, I'm going to stop you right there. He says, well, what's your point? I says, every war, every conflict, every kind of fucking world fucking upheaval is all based on fucking religion. As religion is responsible for more wars and more deaths than ever fucking noted in history. So I says, don't you sit there and tell me how fucking things are looking great and fucking rosy. And I just shut the door on him. It's fucking true though, isn't it?
Addy Tooney's here, but
Hi.
Oh, there he is. But I didn't see him in my feed. YouTube's chat wasn't updating.
No,
which
I
means
didn't see him there.
it's not updated in the combined chat either.
Sorry, Addy. I'll try and refresh the page on the old Udie.
Nah, it was here. It was my chat window that it's being captured for the combined chat. Wasn't updating.
All right.
Neil Pitts has it right.
Normally,
like my dad used to say, how do you know when a politician is lying? Their lips are moving.
It was like that comment you said before. What was it about the masturbating? I was going to say, well, they don't want to do that because they end up becoming a fucking... I said, they don't want to do that because they end up becoming a fucking politician because they're all wangers, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. That was legit a sign that they posted at the bathrooms in a college to prevent people from vaping. At college, these are adults.
Don't vape, go and have a wank. All right, fair enough. Yeah. What do you do afterwards, though? You used to always have a smoke after sex, so you've got to have a vape after.
That's because it's not about vaping. They want you to go have a cigarette.
Yeah. You know, they come down with the old, you know what I mean? Holy shit, man.
I want to know what Clive would be like if they literally took the reins off of him and let him truly speak his mind. You should have seen it. After like, you know, they do like 6 sessions, they have like a community talk where they had all the speakers at the table and anybody could ask questions of the group. And Deborah Arnott from Ash in the UK said, you can't talk to people that way. You shouldn't single them out. That's not a way for us to have positive dialogue to, actually get people to change. I don't agree with that at all. It's time we call these assholes out for what they're doing.
Yeah. You're singling vapors out. You're singling, you're trying to fucking get rid of something that's saved people's lives. So, yeah, you're singling people out in some way, shape, or form. You know what I mean? Mightn't be directly, but you're indirectly doing it.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
I'm the kind of person that we should avoid war at all costs. But I'm also the kind of person where if we decide that war is the only option, then there's no rules ever until it's over.
I kind of think that's why we've got a bit of a political storm over here, because Labour, everybody's calling for a ceasefire there, obviously humanitarian fucking.
Hey, we got somebody from Twitch.
Oh, hello. And, the humanitarian needs and obviously release of the hostages. But, Labour's saying the country's got a right to defend itself and all this shit, and they're sticking by that. And it's like, well, no, mate, you've got to have, time to get people out, time to get people fucking medical attention, time to get aid into the innocent people that fucking, they're stuck in a war. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Labour aren't having it. Labour are not having it. And they're getting slated for it. Oh, shit. Damn. I never seen that.
What'd you do to yourself, mate?
Shit. I'm just getting a dry hit. Oh, I never seen that. Oh. That's the only thing I don't like about this. You can't see where your fucking liquid is. Oh.
You're also pushing 200 watts.
No, on that I'm not. It's a fucking pod.
Oh, that
I'm
one.
only hitting 60.
I thought you were talking about the other one.
The smoke glass, it sits behind the frame, so you can't see when you're low. You know what I mean? It's like, poof, it's empty, bastard. 200 watts. I will never get
Vape's blades.
I'll never get a dry hit on
I can't tell you how many times I've run this down to nothing. I pick it up and go, oh, there's absolutely nothing in here. It isn't until I tilt it to the side that I might see, 2 drops of e-liquid in it. I'm like, I better fill that up.
I'm going to vape that. I'm going for it. That's that dilemma, isn't it? Will I or won't I? There's a little bit in there. I might get away with it. And you know what it is? The ironic thing is the amount of fucking juice that you've got sitting around you and you're going down to the last 2 dregs in the tank before you fill the fucker up.
Funny you should mention that.
Oh,
and I got
holy
a
shit.
big box over there that's full of it as well.
Holy shit.
Remember that one?
Oh, wow. Holy moly, yeah.
I love blue raspberry. I do not like slushy flavor.
I'm not a fan of slush, to be honest with you.
I bought
That's empty, that one.
a blue slushy when I was in Cleveland the last time, and I brought it home to vape it, and I thought it was cool because it was blue, and I'm like, I know there shouldn't be any food coloring in here. I know it's bad for me, but I don't care. I just think it's cool and make some good pictures, right? So I bought one, and I tasted it, and I'm like, it's all slush. It's all slushy flavor.
It's vile. No good.
I don't know why I never finished that one. Chewing gum.
Ah. It's a nice color, mate.
I rather enjoyed it, but I just, for some reason, got sidetracked and it got put into a box when I was cleaning one day, and I need to finish it. Remember that conversation we had?
You made another flavor. Where are you? Come on, focus, you little bastard. Come on, focus in. Strawberry crunch. Yes, I do. Strawberry crunch bar. I remember that.
From October of 21. It's 2 years old.
That'll be important. If that does
And then
not
there's a
taste
mystery
like it
bottle.
should-
This is why
Oh,
I
hell,
take
buddy,
time
what-
every day to label it, because I really have no clue what this is. None.
There's only one way to find out.
A little cola. I truly love that. Flavors recipe for cola. I don't know why that never finished that either. And who can forget?
Oh, I wonder why you didn't finish that one. Why did you not finish that one? I wonder.
The pink elephant in the room. Unicorn frappe. Miyagi's strawberry gelato cone.
Holy moly. You don't even touch that.
No. Revenge of the Fruit Punch.
Revenge of the Fruit Punch. Oh, Christ.
Where's this best Musk? I gotta try this.
Like. You're kidding. No way.
No, I want to know what it's like.
No way.
It's sad. It's sad. Is it still going to smell like old lady perfume?
Put in the dripper.
There you go.
Oh, holy moly. You're not. No, you're not. Really? No way.
10-year-old
You
clear
cannot be
miser. I
trying
love
not
this
to.
freaking tank. I just pick it up just inherently, just sitting here. It's like, oh, this is pretty cool. I can't get over the fact 10 years ago, this thing is a perfect advancement over a Cigalike.
Oh, it was big style. Big style. But
I'm
it's
sure
just-
Darren's not
it's
even
just a
here
weird
anymore.
thing in it. It's just a weird thing though, how technology has moved on, but some old technology can still stand toe to toe with modern technology. Is that not weird or what?
Uh-huh. Yes, I did
Especially when
finish
you're
it
doing the
off.
coils.
I've made it 3 times, and I loved it. Matter of fact, I might be making it again here after Thanksgiving. Because that's one
Like
thing I don't
say,
think
you
we're
know,
having
you
this
do
year.
Even that build that you done with the good old fashioned wire, the flavour of it was fucking fantastic. You know what I mean?
I don't remember. What did I vape this at? 35? 0.4 ohms.
Holy shit. Tell you what it is, mate. 200 watts is not good for your batteries. They don't last 2 fucking minutes.
No. That's why I like these higher ohm builds that we've been doing.
Fucking hell. I put them in fresh on the stream. They're dead. I need to fucking get some new batteries. Like, I think some of these batteries are like showing their age now. But batteries are so fucking expensive over here. They cost a fortune.
All right. There you go.
I can't believe you're going to vape that shit again.
Oh no, old lady perfume. Still. Nope.
Well,
Ugh.
I thought it wouldn't be. Yep. It still tastes like it still tastes like a sweaty antelope's testicles.
Oh, it tastes like your grandmother's dress after she came home from the Sunday social. No. It's stronger now than it was when I mixed it. It has the taste of it now.
Right? It's had time to ferment.
Oh.
It
That's
doesn't seek, it
disgusting.
ferments.
Oh,
I can't believe you've just done that.
Oh, I need
can't
something
believe
else.
You've just done that. I cannot believe you have just done that.
thank you for coffee.
That battery's a fact. Oh.
Ugh.
These batteries are goose. They are goose stem batteries. I need to hide them out. I don't know if you can see that, right? You see that battery there?
Mm-hmm.
The power on the battery. Pretty much full on there. Watch when I fire it. Low battery. They're fucked.
How old are those batteries?
low battery.
Might need to get a fresh set in there.
I need to do it with all of them. I think they're averaging about a year and a half, 2 years now.
Every year I place an order for them, and this will be the first year that I actually get rid of the oldest ones.
Yeah, they need flinging. I need to sort them out.
I almost picked that up and tried it and vaped it again. Oh.
Go
No.
on, I dare you.
No.
Go on.
All right, let's pick another random recipe to try.
Yeah, man. But them, I'll tell you, them batteries are fooked.
Pink Elephant or Revenge of the Fruit Punch?
I like the sound of the fruit punch one. That sounds really good. Revenge. Because you could compare it with yours, really, when you think about it.
All right, Bunny Sucker Punch. I'm pulling out my 30 ml bottles here. And we have Pink Elephant OG. We got two of them? What the heck? One was done in episode 3 this year, and the one was done in episode 4.
Holy moly. Them batteries are fucked as well. Oh, I need fucking 4 batteries.
All right, we're going to put a poll
That's not
up.
good. That's not good. I'll tell you what, this is a good way of identifying dead batteries, that like. Put them in a mod, try vape with 200 watts after a fresh charge, and you know the fuck if it doesn't save battery power, so there you go. There you go, there's a little hint for you guys. Test your batteries. Try them at 200 watts when they're freshly charged. If they don't work, they're fucked. See, that's 0.08. I don't want to fucking put that on. That's why that's on there. It's 0.08 and I don't want to hide on a mech. I'm not that brave. Fucking hell. Fucking dickhead.
Congratulations.
Without thinking, I've just picked up the fucking one mod. I've just had a dry hit off and got another dry hit off the cunt. I didn't even think. Why did I not fill it up? Oh, yeah. God. Oh, Jesus. I hope I haven't fuzzed it out altogether. Oh, you little motherfucker, you. Oh, that's not good.
Oh, I can't add another question. Or is it behind that clear?
Right a minute. Oh, there you are.
Sucker.
That bit that
All right.
comes off my tit.
Here's the poll.
You know what it is? The ironic thing is, right? This is a fucking top filled pot and all, and I'm fucking just too bone eyed. Like, fill the bastard up. You lazy cunt. There you are.
Pink Elephant's going to have to wait for another day.
Pink Elephant's going to wait, eh?
Well, YouTube wouldn't let me put a third option in, so.
There's a fucking surprise. Good old YouTube.
Actually, I don't think it was YouTube. I think it was the fact that we have the chat program, and it has a clear button that sits over top of where the plus is to add another line. Whatever.
I think I've killed that coil, actually. I've just filled it up and it's still burning.
What else did we miss in chat?
Hang on. Well, hang on. Yep, it's soaking up. Ooh.
That was a good one. How do I get it to... So you can't do it as a mod. That's crazy.
Okay.
Open letter to Mike Bloomberg. I read that thing. That was fantastic.
To answer William Henderson's question, the Vaping Heat, Ken, what is the Valhalla Mini? It's the best RDA I've ever had. Simple as that. End of. Mini wise, anyway. Space Telland, you do need a bit of wattage. Yet they take a bit of power, mate.
There's the link.
Yeah.
And that is to...
Oh, the base. Yeah.
Yep. Talking about the Tuskegee experiment and how, you know, what you're doing for harm reduction is equivalent. We know the vaping helps people quit smoking. So if you are denying tobacco harm reduction, you are contributing to the problem. Except this time he decided to change the word that triggered people to fluffy bunnies. Fluffy bunnies.
Fluffy bunnies. Fluffy little bunnies.
So we're no longer calling Michael Bloomberg a murderer. We're calling him fluffy bunny ears.
He's a PC, political correct tosser.
Exactly.
Fucking idiot.
All right, so while the poll's going on, I think it's time for us to do a retro vape. What do you say? Pull out the old
sir.
Bogan's Blotto Max. A long time ago in a galaxy far away, Sam the Vaping Bogan and Dovpo got together to create the Blotto Max. Come on, ya bugger. That is a heavy tank. Classic Bogan fashion with the bottle cap design. Quarter turn top cap. Lovely. And look at that airflow. 270-degree airflow all the way around it. Beautiful. Can hardly even see the airflow on the bottom. That side and that side. Nice 510 pin connection. Nice big fat tank. What else came in the package? User manual. 272 degree airflow. Look, Bogan bottle opener.
Ew. Oh, shit. Sorry, tried to beat the bumper again with a toilet break, but I didn't do it.
Arr, matey.
I be Joey.
That's cool.
The old bottle top opener.
We have spare grub screws, a tri-tool,
Something you'll
and
probably never use.
spare O-rings. How about some, what is it, Delrin? Huh?
Yeah.
Or glass?
Oh, the Delrum's horrible. Never been a fan of that.
All right. Is this going to be a bugger to get off?
Oh, they're tight. They are tight, matey. Oh, are they are.
How are you supposed to change the glass if you can't even budge? Oh, that's literally with all the force I have. Any tighter, and I'm afraid of actually breaking the glass. Come on, you fucker. Whoops. Shouldn't have said that. Come on.
Okay, now it is tight.
It's legit turning in there, but it will not release it. Straight glass it is, I suppose.
And
If I was Jay Hayes, I would have smashed it by now. You realize that?
Oh, it had been thrown off the wall.
And it would have been cussing out Sam for releasing such a horribly obtrusive product. Even though Sam had nothing to do with the actual O-ring supply.
Oh, yeah.
Come on. All right, I give up. All right, we need some coils to go on there.
I think that's the one you've got to sort out off camera, mate.
And I have to do it when nobody else is around. Because the cussing may become extreme.
Oh, of course.
All right, well, we got flathead screws. Those are actually pretty tight as well. But this side wasn't. What the?
What, slack as piss?
I'm sorry, man. I just love the hex.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of flathead, like. I think they should give you a choice with screws. Maybe just install them with flats and then have some spares as hex screws.
I didn't actually look to see which ones they were. They might have done that.
Some of them do, actually. Yep, I saved that coil. It didn't burn out. It's spot on. It's soaked up now. I'm happy about that. Speaking of retro vapes, what do you think that RT is? The clues on the right in there at the bottom, I suppose.
I can't see the writing. What's the airflow look like? Bottom airflow?
It is bottom airflow. Hang on. That's what I'll do. If you give us a minute. A bit better. Because that black as well, so the bottom airflow, it is bottom airflow.
Oh, I don't know, mate.
The right bit. It's actually the name. It's the Raptor.
I have never seen that before.
I think it was by was it UH Pro, I think it was by.
Pro, the one that did Vicks.
Yes. Yeah, Pro Raptor. That's what it is. It was in with me little vape discount box I got.
Bonus.
Brand new coils. And the other thing is, I don't even think you can get I don't even know if you can get the coils for it anymore, to be honest with you. So, well, I'm sure I've got another one of these sitting on the shelf somewhere, and the reason it's on the shelf is because I don't think I can get the coils for it. So, half decent flavour for what it is. Quite nice. Where am I at here?
Comes my OCD. Having to prep the coils. Lovely.
Yeah, that I remember that one, Neil. That bottle remover, the top bits for cutting your coils, isn't it? That's correct. I remember that. That's fucking short, like, I mean, phew.
That is short.
Yeah. I would just check them in a coily tool or something, just see what it's cutting them at. It looks like it.
That's exactly what I was thinking of. I don't even think it's that.
If that.
Not 5. Four and a half.
Well.
5.
5 mil, yeah. That was my engineering estimation brain kicking in there. Yeah, I can say the block was a lot of people single coiled them. I reckon they were better. Well, basically by your airflow, because I think they're restricted. It's restricted as out.
That is because of the holes on the bottom, not because of the holes on the deck.
Yeah.
Those fanned airflows on the bottom are just like, what was the Vandy Vape? The
That's
Kylan,
right, yeah.
the one Kylan was like that. V2, I think.
But even the V3's got them that like shower head type holes on the bottom of the deck for under coil airflow.
That looks about right there, mate.
Wow. Yeah.
5 mils.
If I remember correctly, it was roughly around there.
Make sure it's
5
nice
ml, man. Jesus.
and there's space to get them to fit into.
I mean, Dean get us wrong. There was a lot of like people saying it's better with this, better that. But I mean, when you got it set up just right and nice, it wasn't a bad tank. Awesome, man. Hey, you've had no issues with your build this time. You flew through that one.
Come on, you bugger. I know you're 3 mils. Straighten it out. All right, what are we going to ohm out at? I got these janky coils. My janky spacing. 0.11.
Yeah, every time you burn them down, might stay around there. Yeah, we'll go through the rainbow. Space coils, man. You should get any hot spots, you know, you should breeze in.
Here you go.
Lovely jubbly then. I don't know what I got for that. Nah, not that. Fuck that. Well, why is there mango in that at all?
What do you guys do for Thanksgiving? Anything?
What do you call Thanksgiving? Christmas.
Do you even have Thanksgiving?
Nope.
I mean, it is, I guess, for the pilgrims, but for the Bloody Traitors holiday. That's where you guys see us.
I didn't want to go down that road. I didn't. You know what I mean? That was.
Listen, you and I tell each other the way it is. We're not going to be bullshitting each other. If you want to call me a tosser, call me a tosser. You want to call me a wanker, call me a wanker. I don't care. You know, I don't take it personally in first place. Second place, it might be appropriate.
I've got to keep up the transcontinental fucking relationships. You know what I mean? The diplomatic relationship. Nah, it's a thing we don't do over here. Thanksgiving, I don't know why.
The king has decided you have enough holidays. You just had Armistice Day. What do you mean you want another holiday to celebrate?
Exactly. Right, even that's just on 1 days off. That's not an actual national holiday. We've been crying for years to try and get our patron saint to St. George. We've always wanted a national holiday for St. George's Day, and they still won't do it because it might offend people, apparently. We keep asking, when's our country going to get a fucking backbone again?
Those days are gone, mate.
It hasn't got one now. Yeah, it hasn't got one now. I mean, we're talking about like things in the past now, you know, like obviously how countries done horrible things in the past. I says, well, we were no angels. I mean, Christ, you know, we were the British Empire. We went to various countries and claimed them as our own, you know what I mean? And we had no fucking right to, you know what I mean? Especially like India.
I have a feeling we're still doing the same thing.
Yeah.
We haven't learned anything from history.
I says we were fucking brutal.
I don't even know if this truly needs it, but that looks pretty big.
Yeah.
I won't do too much.
I see you've got the bit of the Mike Bates undertickle going on there now. The undertickle.
Of course. Although I don't like doing the Mike Vape's bow tie.
No.
I would rather thin it a little bit more to get it to fit. I don't believe in bow tying it. Because the way that it's going to bend, I mean, you're going to have some of it sticking up over here.
Yeah.
I want all my strands parallel. And I don't care if they drop down to the actual deck.
Hey, it's fucking as long as you didn't choke it, you know what I mean? As long as they just sit there nicely.
Exactly. Lots of room in there. Even room for the cotton to expand.
Yeah.
I used to listen to people on forums complain about the Arbiter, and they're like, Arbiter has no flavor, I'm like, you're choking the cotton out. No. There's plenty of room for the cotton. No, you're choking the coil out.
No. You're fucking too
much. If it has no flavor, you're choking it out.
Yeah. Or dry hits even, you're choking it.
The Arbiter stands toe-to-toe with that blaze. And the Arbiter's now how many years old? And I know there's a lot of people out there that prefer the Arbiter 2 over the original Arbiter, but for me, the sacrifice of the airflow reduction was not worth it.
I mean, I've got the Arbiter 2 basically because I never got the first one, so that's kind of why I've stuck with it. Well, I'm not knocking it. It's still a decent RTA. It's still, you know, get plenty of flavor.
Yeah, but the Arbiter 2 has the right amount of airflow for you. At least that's the impression I got. You're happy with the Arbiter 2's airflow. You don't look for a little bit more.
I like a little bit of restriction on the airflow, without a doubt.
Yeah,
without a doubt.
And as time has gone on, and I think Steve even talked about this once before, as time has gone on, I've preferred a little bit of restriction now, whereas before, I wanted as much airflow and as much vapor as I could possibly get. That's why when I hit the steam crave, I finally went, you know what? I reached my limit. I'm good. I don't need this much.
Steam crave, you haven't got much fucking choice, have you? It's like power.
The Titan.
You know,
dual mesh coils. Holy vapor production.
Yeah, man. You're kind of exhaling all the vapor, and you get to the point where you need to inhale again. You're like, you haven't finished exhaling the vapor. You know what I mean? You're like, ooh, butterscotch custard. Been itching to try that one, haven't you? Yeah, we know. Might be good in that.
I'm just wondering if I didn't nick this up at all. Whatever. It wouldn't be the only 0 milligram I've been vaping lately, so I don't care. That's why I got into the habit of, when I pull out bottles I don't know about, I taste it because I want to know if there's any nick in it at all. But that doesn't work for salt nick.
No, you can't taste salt in it. Not as much as you can with normal nick. Like, Jesus Christ, you know when the normal nick's in it. Jesus Christ, you do you not?
Now, first thing in the morning, when I first get out of bed, I could taste it and tell you exactly what milligram it is.
No way. I wouldn't say I'm that far advanced, like.
But it's got to be first thing in the morning, after I slept all night, without any use.
But saying that, I mean, I suppose I can't tell away because I've been on 3 milligram that long. If something's more than 3, I can probably know straight away. Be like, oh, no. Nope.
This is going to require some power. I'm at 5.6 volts and it's boiling.
Holy moly. What the warm out at? I'm sorry I missed that one.
0.1. 0.11.
Whoa, get some juice through it.
Should be 0.12 now.
Got room for plenty of power through it. You didn't have to, though. You didn't have to hold that much power through it. I've done one. I've got this one. Not on the other one. That would come out at 0.11. I was vaping it quite happily at 85 watts. It was near bother.
What mod am I throwing this thing on?
Oh. Spoiled for choice, mate.
I haven't pulled out this one in a while.
The Scar.
They cried the blues. People cried the blues and said, you need to simplify mods and tanks. You shouldn't put temp control in it. It's a waste of time. 99% of the people aren't going to use it. Smock said, okay. We listened. We gave you a brand new mod and tank. Well, it still costs the same. Yeah, because it's just software.
Exactly.
And then they redeemed themselves because it was like their 10th anniversary or something. And they were legit selling this complete kit for $25.
Oh, lovely. That's spot on. You can't have gone wrong for that, like. Any kit for that. There you go, sir.
You know what? I thought this was going to be a lot more restrictive than what it is.
What's that one, the max?
The max wattage?
Was that the model? The Blotto Max?
Oh yeah, this is the Blotto Max.
The Blotto Max, yeah. That's right, yeah. I heard that it was supposed to be better than the original Blotto because obviously they refined all the shit that all the reviewers were coming up with, you know what I mean?
Holy moly. All right, we're having a tutorial. Look at that.
Oh, that's not good. Do not use.
We're going to fix that today.
Rewap. It's a wee-wap. It's time to wee-wap it.
.12. Start off at 65. I don't think 65 is going to be enough. We'll see.
Nah, no way. Nah, you're not having that. Like, no. I think you need more than 65 going through that, like. 0.1. 75, yeah.
'80's even better.
Yeah.
And that butterscotch is delicious.
Really? It's that good?
I wish I would have come back to it earlier. That's definitely 0 milligram, though.
Yeah. Okay, note of it.
Oh, I don't care. It does affect the flavor, though. There's something missing from it, and that's what it is.
Yeah.
Nick adds, like even the hippie, he legit mixes it up at 0.5 milligram.
Really?
If you look at his recipes, they're 0.5, 0.05%.
Wow.
Because
Again,
it does add
some...
to the flavor profile of your recipe.
Yeah. I think that, like, I've always thought it's got more of a benefit just than being a stimulant. You know, it's got to add something to the recipe. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Even if it just helps to infuse a couple of flavors together, it's got to have some use rather than the.
It's
the
just
actual
like, you
stimulant
don't
side of it,
have a baked potato without, some salt, pepper, some sour cream, some butter. Can you eat just a raw baked potato by itself? Sure. But it's not going to be as enjoyable as it is when you season it.
Yeah.
And the Nick is actually a little bit of the seasoning for your recipes. That's why when, they came out with that tobacco-free nicotine, and it was actually a salt formulation that was actually generated in a lab as opposed to coming from the tobacco plant, per se.
Yeah.
The people that were selling commercial e-liquids had to reformulate their recipes to try and get it as close to what it tastes like when you use the real stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I still think it's got more of the purpose than it's being a stimulant. It's got to be there, but I'm gonna try that. I love this thing.
It's gonna be a good day, mate. So much for that bottle.
I love this. Oh yes.
How are we doing on our poll? Looks like Revenge of the Fruit Punch is winning at 58%.
Tell you what it is, I mean, I've never been a big fan of pods, but I love this thing. It's absolutely amazing.
Which one is that
Lux Max XR. It's the Lux Max XR by, is it Vapor? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's absolutely awesome piece of kit. Yeah, the Lux XR Max. And
Neil Pitt says I got to go to 85.
Yeah, I was just going to say pump it up a bit. Yeah, 0.1 build, man. 0.1 build. Got to put a bit of power to it.
I was afraid it was going to be too warm. Actually, it's perfect at 85.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm vaping 0.08 at 200 watts. It's nowhere near hot. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. But because of the reduced airflow on the bottom, the honeycomb airflow,
yeah,
you're limited on how much airflow you have to cool it. That is really, really good. And that extra 5 watts awokened more of the custardy aspects to this flavor.
That's kind of how I do it. I'll look at me build and I'll say, right, I'll start at, say, 80 watts. Then I'll push and push and push it until it loses it. Then I'll drop it back down. That's how the way I kind of gauge it. I'll up it by, I don't know, 5 watt increments. Then as soon as you get right, time to come back down.
When I'm flavor testing something, you know, like this stuff here, the Revenge of the Fruit Punch or the Bunny Sucker Punch, I will sit there and try multiple, you know, things. Normally when I do it for my own personal consumption, you know, just to, you know, go to the store and buy a bottle or whatever, I will use it at my normal, comfortable temperature for the vape with the way that I breathe in normally, just off camera, you know, not looking to make clouds or whatever. Because I found, like, if I'm sitting downstairs, you know, playing Red Dead Redemption or something on the PlayStation, I will breathe much slower and much less than when I'm doing it here just to try something. I'm more apt to take a deeper inhale on camera and faster inhale.
But you will start at your base. You will start at, like, say you vape regular 70 watts. You probably start one at 60 and then work your way up, and then say 70. Yeah, might need a bit more, and you just up it bit by bit. You find
in the Arbiter at 0.13 to 0.17, 0.17 especially, 65 watts is the max I'll push it. If I go to 0.13 coils in there, I might go to 70, but I don't like to get it. I don't like a really warm vape. I don't want it cold.
I like,
but I don't want it hot.
I like it slightly warm, not over the top.
It's kind of like your coffee. You know, I enjoy a nice, fresh, hot cup of coffee, but I'll normally leave it sit there for 5 minutes before I actually drink coffee.
But it's like, so you can gauge it as well, because, you know, as you open it, as you get hotter, you'll see the flavor diminish. The flavor will diminish because it'll get too hot, so you bring it back down. You know what I mean? And too low, you're going to get spit back and everything, because it's not going to be hot enough to vaporize your liquid properly.
You're boiling it. You're not vaporizing it.
Yeah, you just start at the bottom point, up it, kind of lose the flavor, drop it back down again, and, you know, you get your comfortable vape.
One of these days, I might actually sit down and write a book about this, because, you know, like, different temperatures will reveal different notes in a recipe. You know, your fruits and your custards. Custards typically need to have a much hotter temperature coil for it to give you that custardy flavor.
It depends on your flavor profile. Like, say some flavor profiles like a bit of heat, some don't. You know, custards do like custards like a bit of heat. That can guarantee that.
Yeah, but if you want more of the vanilla notes from the custard, run it at a little cooler temperature, and it'll accentuate the vanilla, and the custardy aspect will be like a background note.
Yeah.
But you could reverse that. You could make the custard pudding flavor the forefront flavor and just a vanilla back note if you push the wattage higher.
That's right, yeah.
Exact same recipe, exact same liquid.
There is a little bit of science involved, I suppose, if you think about it. But it's, at the end of the day, it's a subjective thing, and everybody's got their own take on a flavor, haven't they? So.
Yep. That's why there's, you know, thousands upon thousands of recipes for chili. Some people have meat in their chili, some people don't. Some people it's all beans and vegetables. And I've had different kinds, and I enjoy different kinds. But when I make it myself, you know, it's your standard staple, you know, whole head of onion and pound of ground meat, and you season it, and you have your beans and your tomatoes and your diced tomatoes and maybe some chili peppers.
I prefer with ground meat in. Like, you've got to have minced beef in. Lovely. Gorgeous. Yeah. Absolutely gorgeous. Same with spag bowl. Some people put minced pork in, I think it tastes horrible with minced pork. I prefer minced beef.
Mhm.
But apparently, pork is supposed to be the original way to have it. It's minced pork.
Nah, it's all marketing crap.
Yeah.
That's like
I
meatloaf,
like
you know?
minced-
Beef, veal, and pork are the staples that I use in my meatloaf. 2-to-1 ratio. So you have your beef is your half of the meat, like a half a pound of beef, and then you'll have a quarter pound of pork and a quarter pound of veal.
Yeah. And I bet it goes down like a barrel to hell. I couldn't resist the punch. I had to.
Space Turtle 1 does half and half.
Oh,
Half beef, half pork.
Yeah. Everyone their own, yeah. You're having a posh with venison in, though. That's posh.
Yeah? You can do venison.
For us poor little mortals, it'll be half beef, half pork.
You want to get fancy, throw some ground lamb in.
Oh, well, yeah, right. Oh, now you're going above the tootle.
I've done that before because they sell ground lamb patties at our local grocery store here, which has been bought out by a big corporation. Their prices have skyrocketed. They legit are trying to get people to go down to the store that they originally are. It's all owned by Giant Eagle.
Believe it or not, lamb's more affordable here than venison. Venison's expensive here. It's classed as a luxury.
Oh, yeah.
Beef, lamb, pork, go 10 the penny.
Venison's very affordable in the fall because all the hunters are going out and bringing their game home.
Yeah.
Venison jerky. Ooh.
I must admit I'm a big fan. I like venison. I really do like it. But again, if you can pay something like 10 quid here for a bit that big, honestly, it costs a fucking fortune.
Yeah.
Absolute fortune. And then as the longer it's being cured, the more expensive it gets. You know what I mean? Because obviously they hang it and all that shit. So the longer it's been hung, the more expensive it is.
Addie just dropped a link in for a conversation with Dr. Charles Gardner on Reg Watch. Matter of fact, I just watched Brent Stafford had a conversation with an economist about the taxation that they're doing in Canada right now. I don't even know why I'm doing it here. I should just go to the Facebook page. There it is. Pushing the limit.
There you go.
If you haven't seen this one yet, I highly recommend it. I even posted on Twitter about, nailed it out of the park with this coverage. When the regulations get too bad and they tax things and then they tax them again, they're legit at the point now where if this is actually adopted fully, it's going to bring it in the same price as cigarettes. That's the wrong message.
Yeah.
It'd be cheaper for you to, smoke cigarettes than it is for you to vape. Which is exactly what's happening in Australia with their pharmacy model.
It's getting ridiculous, man. There's a little tip for you boys and girls, especially in the UK. If you ever get plastic pull rings for your cans, break them all open. Because they always get the odd one that ends up in the sea, and a little animal will get its neck stuck in the ring. So there you go. Just a little fucking bullshit tip. There you go.
Yeah, but last week we did learn that neither Kenny and I can do basic math on the fly.
Oh, fuck. I used to be able to. I'm an engineer, for fuck's sake. I can't do it now. I'm terrible.
I can do the math. When I do it on the fly in my head, it's not accurate anymore.
Yeah, I'll buy it.
Give me a pencil and paper, no problem. But I couldn't figure out the tax, is $2 per milliliter for the first 10 milliliters and then $2 per 10 milliliters after that. We're trying to figure out what the tax was on a 120 ml bottle.
So $2 for first 10 millimeters is $10.
$2 per milliliter for the first 10 milliliters is $20 tax for the first 10 mil.
$20. That's $20.
Right.
Sorry.
And then after that, it's every 10 mils is another $2. So in a 120 mil bottle, the first 10 mils is off, so you're left with 110. That's 6 times 2 is 12. 12 plus 20 is $32 tax on a 120 ml bottle.
Ouch.
We said last week it was 40.
I can confirm that with you now, Cersei. I'm thinking a bit better.
However, when you factor in sales tax and, the tobacco tax that already exists on that product, you're back in the $40 ballpark anyway of taxes.
Exactly. Well,
on a product that costs less than $5 to make.
Yeah. So who's making the money out of that one? Not be your little fella in the shop that's selling it. Be your fucking government.
Uh-oh. We need a tiebreaker. We're 50-50, Bunny Sucker Punch and Revenge of the Fruit Punch.
No way. That's the closest we've had for a long time. I've already voted as well, so I can't vote again to clinch it.
You're like the vice president. You shouldn't vote unless it's a tie.
I didn't expect it to be a tie, because I'm seeing it was well in the lead when I voted.
Understood.
But the people have spoken. You may have to make both.
Listen, we'll just keep streaming until we get somebody to break the tie. I don't care. All I got to do is start baking bread, breaking the muffins for Thanksgiving. They're rising in the kitchen downstairs.
When's your Thanksgiving? Is it today? Is it or tomorrow?
Thursday, but everybody's coming over our house Friday.
Thursday, Friday. So you're going to have a house full, yeah? Oh, wow.
And Mary Nixon, hello and welcome. Don't forget to leave in the comments who you want to replace our printer face. If nobody comments on it, I'm just going to put Stanton back up there. Who's still trying to stay relevant in the argument. Mary must have voted.
It's got to be the man who we've just watched, I think. He's a good candidate.
Bunny Sucker Punch it is.
Oh, is it squeezed in, has it? You see? Could be pleasantly surprised.
We're definitely nicking this. That's a 6 milligram.
6? Jesus. You dirty man.
Listen, my mental health is much better when I consume what I used to consume for decades.
Nah.
I don't have the brain fog I used to have. I sleep better at night.
I was contemplating open mine, because sometimes I'm just chaining away on that thing that's not doing nothing for us.
Mate, you grabbed a couple disposables when you're out and about working and stuff, when you're out on the truck and,
Oh, 20 milligram. Jesus, I'm like, whoa. I'm seeing 2 steering wheels on 20 milligram. Whoa.
Yeah, but the nice thing is you don't have to have more than one puff.
No. I think it's just a tidy hour. One, that's it. But Jesus, it's still over the top. I think I could actually get a Nick buzz if I chained a 20 milligram. Easy. I'd be like, whoa. Easy.
Damn, that's good.
Oh, that's a good one, eh?
I'm gonna have to let the wife try it when she gets home. See what she thinks. That might be her new nighttime vape.
Interesting.
It has like remnants of fruit punch. Not quite a Hawaiian punch. It's got a little bit more tang to it.
Wind her up and when she's tried it, wind up and say there's just a little bit of custard in it. See what she says. So that's new Hawaiian custard. Fucking get one.
See if we can find this. Helps if I spell it right.
See, you know, think that, you know, you give someone your vape, right? They're going, oh, that's lovely. And then when you tell them what it is, they're going, how, no, hang on. Whoa, how does that work? You know what I mean? Holy crap, that's good, like.
So here's the recipe for it. If you guys are interested in checking it out.
Bunny sucker punch. What we got in? Well, Bavarian cream. Well, there's a hit straight away. Sweet cream. There's the
Yeah,
vape.
but it's very
look at
subtle.
that. Come on.
Look at that strawberry.
Oh, come on.
And the dragon fruit is the primary one at 6. And then you got 2 different strawberries, so
Yeah,
that's
look
another
at that.
4 of strawberry.
Vanilla swirl, sweet cream. Come on, you talk my language there. You have 3 ingredients out to. You do a juice with them, any juice. It could be fucking musk. If you put Bavarian cream, sweet cream, and vanilla swirl in, I will fucking vape it.
But the thing is, you can't even tell by vaping it that it has creams in it. I mean, it gives you that mouthfeel that's full and saturated and isn't just like a candy or a vape. There's something in there that fulfills it, and that's what Cream Mat does in this recipe.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It adds
But you
something
can't
to it
identify
rather
it's
than
got
being
Bavarian
natural.
cream. You can't identify the vanilla swirl in there that I can normally tell.
Yeah.
And you certainly can't tell it's got, you know, sweet cream in it. Those 3 blend together beautifully to give you a nice full mouthfeel, and the dragon fruit and strawberries give you that bright fruity flavor reminiscent of a fruit punch.
That sounds absolutely lovely. Well, if you don't vape all that, you can just hide me box.
You want me to make you one?
Please.
Good to go.
I'm a sucker for these flavors. Oh, Jesus, what can I say?
120 mils. You want it at a 3. Right?
Oh, bless you, my friend. You're an absolute legend.
There you go. Let me pull these out.
No, it is, mate. Honestly, I'm not being funny, but like, how can I put it? It's like oh God, how can I put it? Without pissing people off.
Just fucking say it.
It's just like the friendship, hospitality, and other things that you offer as an individual, one-to-one, pisses all over the UK vape scene. Absolutely pisses all over it. To be blunt, I suppose that's right.
That has more to do with society as a whole than it does the UK vapors.
No, it's
people are more.
Not the vape. Can I rephrase that? Not the vape scene. The vape scene in the UK is fucking brilliant. I'm thinking more the review scene. I'll rephrase that, and I probably will piss a few people off saying that, because you would never get we've had people on live show we used to do, right, which was Bargain Vapes, which you know about, and these so-called guests have promised you the fucking world and nothing come of it. You know what I mean? Do this, do that, send you this, send you that. Nothing ever happened of it. Yet here I am as a co-host on a show with the guy that lives on the other side of the fucking world, pretty much distance-wise, who I can pretty much feel I can ask for anything and I know I'll get it. You know what I mean? Without any qualms. And that doesn't happen here. Because here I feel if somebody gives you something, they want something in return.
Random acts of kindness. It's what's going to save this world.
Yeah, man. Honestly. But it just breaks me heart that, you know, a guy in America is just so open and generous, and yet here they're not. It's phenomenal. And it just blows us away at times. Honestly, it just really blows us away. Fucking unbelievable, man. Absolutely blows me away.
Couldn't have happened to a more deserving man.
That's it. The end of the day, but honestly, thank you from the bottom of my heart, mate. Honestly, you don't realise. Honestly,
no worries. We all need a good friend, and the vaping community has been fantastic. I'm blessed to be where I am. That is the one thing that, you know, is good about Thanksgiving. I know it's hard for a lot of people sometimes to find the good in their life when we're constantly surrounded by all this tragedy and the battle for what's simply right. But
it's not that. I just think us guys, you know, we're a bit old school and we've still got morals and, you know, standards. Not being fucking arseholes and you know, we've got basic fucking rules of life, and yet now it just doesn't exist anymore, does it?
Nope. My wife even reminded me of that not too long ago, and straight up told me, she's like, "Listen, sometimes I forget how old school you really are."
Yeah. It's just, I don't know. World's changed so much, mate, and we've seen it. I don't know if we're a lucky generation or an unlucky generation. You know, we've had a generation where we've been brought up. Yeah, people might say we had a strict upbringing. People might say it was cruel and all that shit. But, you know, we got brought up with respect for our elders and respect for other people and, you know, all that kind of crap. And yet now, all that's gone, and you're like, what the fuck happened?
It is, and I don't understand why.
Yeah, you're like, what happened? And we're like, fucking hell.
We weren't raised like that. We didn't know anybody that was raised like that. Take care of your fellow human being.
They're coming.
Costs you nothing to be nice.
Technology's they're coming. I mean, technology has had a big stamp on it as well. Like, but I mean, still.
Now people get off on how much can they offend somebody else. Why?
This is but people are so easily offended as well. That's a problem as well. You know, it's just you open a normal conversation or a debate with someone, and you can guarantee you will offend them if you've got a different point of view. Well, I'm not here to offend you. I'm just saying my point of view. If I don't agree with you, I'm just saying I don't agree with you. Why are you getting offended by it? You know what I mean? It's called debate. You know what I mean?
People don't want to have debates anymore. They just, I don't know.
It seems to be.
It's disheartening when you think about the fact that, you know, all it takes is a conversation, and when you have a conversation with somebody that's way smarter than you, I value that.
Yeah.
Please tell me I'm wrong.
I respect that. You know what I mean? Somebody who knows what
Nobody
about,
wants to even have a conversation about it. They just want to give you their opinion. Say, there it is. That's the way that it should be.
Yeah. Take it or leave it. Yeah. Pretty much. Sad, man. Really sad. But like I say, we're as that famous song goes, mate. We're an old soul living in a new world. There you go. Nail on the head.
That's true.
Isn't it not? Is it not?
Very true.
People don't realise we've got to adjust to this change as well. Like I say, we're old school. We were brought up the way we were, and all these changes that are going on in society and life that we've got to adapt to, and we're thinking, is this right? You know what I mean? We've got to go with it, haven't we?
And you're not even allowed to talk about it, to have a conversation about it. Like, just the mere mention of it is wrong. Why?
I've always said social media's been one of the biggest culprits, biggest danger.
And we talked about that last week about, the studies that were done in the 50s and the 60s that showed that people will follow the majority. They literally will kill someone if that's what the majority says that they should be doing.
That kind of still happens. I mean, my wife, she works in the funeral industry. They're just getting a 15-year-old boy in. And honestly, it's really tragic. He was sitting on the internet playing his Xbox or whatever, and his friends he was online with told him to put a belt round his neck. And he put on that tight, he couldn't get it off, and he died. He choked himself. He done it because somebody asked him to do it. You're like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Wow. It's scary, man. It's absolutely scary how people will actually follow the peers like sheep. It reminds me of the Pied Piper. Pied Piper. He led the rats to their doom, didn't he?
I'm gonna have to get some more of this. Burn through a whole 60ml bottle. That looks like my flavor's orange.
I think I apologize.
No, don't apologize. I haven't used it in a while. I love it when I finally go through a bottle. I really do.
Yeah, I suppose it gives you an excuse to order more, I suppose.
That it does.
Excuse me, dear. I've run out of such and such. Sorry, need to place an order.
Oh, I went over on the super sweet.
Oh, shucks.
Darn. You won't have to add any more when you get it.
I'm not going to lose sleep over that, am I?
I don't think so.
Oh, dear me. He's overdone on that. What a shame.
Just don't leave it out. It'll be attractive to youth.
That'll be gone in a day.
I see the Titan being brought out again. Or the Hammer of God with the Valhalla.
Oh, yes. Well, meat must. You know what it is? It's one of the them kind of products. Even though I've had them for a while, they're one of the only products that I still go back to on a regular basis. I don't know why. I mean, it's probably like yourself, with the Arbiter 1, it's probably old hat now, so to speak, but you still go back to it, you know what I mean?
80-20 or 70-30? What do you like yours?
70-30, please. 70-30, sir. If you'd done that 80-20 max VG, it would only last half a day. I want to savor it a bit longer.
Very you go. Updated. Did not realize it was checked by default.
Absolute star, sir. You're absolute legend.
13.68 of PG.
Damn. That does look good, though. That really does look good. Really does look nice. My fucking mouth's watering. Now that I'm dribbling, I'm actually dribbling at the mouth. Oof.
The strawberries. Holy cow. That strawberry's fantastic.
You're just teasing now. You're just teasing now. I want to be checking my mailbox every day when I get sent.
I sent you tracking information last time.
I know, and I was hanging at the door. Every time that postman went in the street, "Have you got anything for me?" "No, bastard." So the only question I'm going to ask is, like, when I send the stuff to you, doing that site you've suggested, do you not get hit with import tax? No.
Nope.
Awesome.
Do you? That's the question.
Well, I did with
there and stuff. You didn't get it with mine though.
Yeah. I've never gotten out with yours, but Darren's I got like, I think it was about 30 quid import tax.
See, the difference is last time when I sent you, everything that was in the box was less than their de minimis value of £20, I think it was. So nothing reached the point where it should have been calculated.
Yeah.
Remember I was sending you my old CPU? Weird. I don't know what the value is going to be that. Even if I undervalue it and say, oh, it's only worth $50. Are you going to have to pay VAT on that?
I didn't mind paying a bit of tax on stuff. I mean, but I think like I might have gotten out of it actually, because when I said when I done what was I doing? I don't know if it was something I done with Amazon. No, I done something. You know, when I was toying with AI and I was doing the artwork with AI, and I put it on an online shop, and I filled a form in, which was some kind of tax agreement with the US where I didn't pay tax on stuff. So I don't know if that still stands.
Well, as being sent as an individual from one person to another, and it's a Christmas gift,
yeah,
you wouldn't pay tax on it here in the States anyway.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, whatever it is. If it is what it is, it is what it is. I'm not fussed. I've been checking out some RAM as well. If I upgrade my RAM from 32 to 64, it's only going to cost us about 120 quid, which is good. That's cheap.
Yeah, that's not much
at this moment in time. That's really cheap. So I was going to hang on, get the chip, get the RAM upgraded, and then I was thinking after the new year of upgrading my graphics card. That's the big one, because they ain't cheap. They ain't cheap over here, graphics cards. They cost a fucking fortune. I was thinking of going from the 10 series to the 20 series in the NVIDIAs.
Yeah, I've got a 3060 in there now. I originally had the 2060 at first, and then this last year I upgraded to the 3060. I got 64.
What RAM do they hold? What's the 20s got in? 32.
It depends on the actual card, because like mine, I think it has 12 gig. But if you get like the 4070 or the 3070, you can get 8 gig and you can get 12 gig, and I've even seen a 16 gig card.
So that's where my confusion comes, right? I've got a 1080 now with fucking 1070, I think it is. At 8 gig. So if I upgrade to a 20 series at 8 gig, what's the difference?
It's a faster memory, different generation. You're going from DDR3 to DDR5.
I've got you. It's the memory chips. I'm with you.
So the speed at which data can go on and off the memory chip is faster, even though the size of the memory is limited to
Still
8.
the same. That will probably, like I say, maybe after the new year, I'll have a look at that. It's just sometimes, it's just with the, my main reason with, thank you, you're a fucking star, sir. It's just with this bloody Da Vinci, man, with all the upgrades, you know what I mean? My machine is really struggling with the upgrades on it at the moment. Fucking terrible for playback.
Mine isn't. I am very grateful for how well it's doing. Trying to give an example. I mean, other than the review video that I posted on there, but like when I've done my podcast, render time for an hour-long video. Granted, there isn't a whole lot being done. It's just basically re-rendering what's there, minus the, I took a swig of coffee, or I fumbled my words and I just restarted my sentence. 3-4 minutes to render an hour.
I'm struggling with playback. You know what I mean? It's like I can play back 4K, 24 frames per second, no problem. But as soon as I put an effect on it, that's it. Just kind of do
Your
it.
problem is trying to do 4K.
No. I've always done 4K, no problem. Absolutely no problem. As soon as you add something on, like say, if I've done a video and I want a little subscribe little button to come along, as soon as that subscribe comes on, it just drags it. Just kills it.
Change your change the way that it behaves so that it renders the cached. It caches by rendering the actual footage, and then you get that little bar on the top that changes from red to blue.
Yeah, like the smart cache or render in place, whatever. Yeah. But normally it's just no bother. I can play and render 4K, no issues. But as soon as you add anything onto the footage, then it struggles. And I mean, I'm not talking major fucking effects or anything, just a simple subscribe button or something, and it just fucking dies. Like, what the fuck? Come on. Get the fuck. It's only a little button. What's the matter with you?
So it's nothing like my my 3D effects that I used to create the news bumper.
Oh, that would, I think it would crash it. If I'd done that, it would crash it without a doubt.
168 timelines.
Yeah.
And every single timeline had a 3D rendered newspaper image.
Yeah. Nah, it wouldn't happen on this. Like, it would just say, fuck you, I'm off. It wouldn't happen. Nah, it wouldn't happen. Might on a 1080, but on a 4K, no fucking chance.
Yeah. Well, most people aren't trying to render, at least, YouTubers or standard YouTubers out there aren't trying to render 4K footages. Most people are happy with 1080p because 4K is 4 times the size of a 1080p image.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But
I don't know. I think it just looks nicer. I mean, you can play about with it more. You've got a bit more room, especially if you downscale it to 1080. You've got loads of room to play about with it. But on the other side of the coin, it's YouTube's compression. If you can upload in 4K, it gives you a bit of headroom on your compression as well. Because you know yourself, YouTube fucking kills them with the compression. It absolutely destroys your videos. Fucking absolutely ruins them. Even people.
I think it's ironic because see, Da Vinci even put out a preset, so you could actually use the YouTube preset, which for a period of 3 weeks. When I uploaded it, it automatically accepted it as an HD render. Now, exact same settings, exact same footage. Now I have to wait for it to render HD.
Yeah.
Why?
It's garbage, man. But I think you get a lot of people. I've seen some people who will do the normal shite in 1080, and then they'll upscale it in 4K to try and get it's something. It's a V9 or something codec or something for the compression. It works or it doesn't work. I've never noticed any difference, but
I don't have any 4K monitors to actually watch it in 4K, so the TV in the other bedroom I stream 4K on, but I don't actually notice any difference on YouTube between 4K and 1080p uploads. None.
I mean, like I said, I've got one 4K and I've got one 1080, and you can kind of notice when you're watching someone 4K, like you can kind of notice the difference. It's not a great deal. I think it's just sharper, more clarity.
You know what you notice a bigger difference on? HDR, high dynamic range. So instead of it being limited between 16 and 256, you get the full 0 to 256.
Yeah.
That makes a bigger difference than going from 1080p to 4K.
Yeah, it's awesome. I'm not pretty about with stuff, and I kind of think that's probably why I sit with 4K. I mean, talking head 4K, it's a piece of piss. You know, you can do it, no bother, but it's like I said, if you're doing somewhere, you're adding loads of timelines, loads of effects. This machine would struggle badly with it. You know what I mean?
Here's a bit of a trivia question for you. I once a week this past couple months, YouTube starting this new thing where they send you like notifications about, you know, I think it's supposed to be like their way of motivating you to keep, you know, uploading content or whatever. Anyway, the question is, what percentage of the people that watch this stream watch it on a TV?
I thought it was becoming more popular because I've had a few people who are doing with mine who were putting, especially when I've done what did I do? I've done something special. I've got you on my big TV 4K. I went, no, you didn't want to see me on that size screen. You know what I mean? You see on my zits. I'd say it's getting a bit high, you know. Like I could be wrong, but with the way smart TVs and that are running this day and age, you know, you're running internet through them anyway. So I think it might have. I'd say what? Top of my head, 30%.
6.
No fucking way.
6%.
Really? No. Then again, phones. I think phones will be higher.
And the sad reality is I am one of that 6%. I'm in that 6% because every time I upload a video, I play it back on the computer to see what it sounds like here compared to what it sounded like when I actually edited it and recorded it. And then I'll go downstairs because of my TV downstairs. I have surround sound system in the living room. So I want to hear what it sounds like on there because it's always sounded like crap on there.
Yeah. I know, but because if you upload in stereo, it'll not be good on surround. If you upload in 5.1, then it would sound good.
You can't upload in 5.1. YouTube won't accept it. They only accept stereo.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I mean. That's the bummer about it. I'm sure you can export DaVinci in a.
On DaVinci, I could export it as a 5.1 and then play it off of a hard drive, but
yeah,
that's not what I want to know. I don't care what I can make it sound like. I want to know what YouTube is presenting to everybody in the world.
Yeah, it'll only present stereo. It'll not give you. I kind of knew that with the. You can imagine with the compression they do on the videos when the sound's not going to be any better, is it? So.
And the question is, are they using linear PCM? What codecs they're using? What are they transcribing it to for storage? And
I mean, they're recommending H.264, which is kind of like starting to phase out now with the new modern cameras. It's all NVEC H.265 now, newer codec. So
HEVC.
I don't think YouTube can handle it. Yeah, and I don't think YouTube are up to speed with it. Yeah, I still think they're sitting there at H.264.
But see, this is something that happens even in the advocacy field. We use what we think we need to focus on based upon our personal experiences of it. What we don't hardly ever do is stop for a moment, step back and realize The majority of our content isn't watched in countries that are anywhere remotely near the lifestyle you and I live.
No.
When you have the Philippines and Taiwan and, even Russia, the people have a different standard of living and their technologies at a different point than what you and I have access to.
When I've looked on the analytics on mine, most of my views are GB and USA. The odd little bit of another European company, but majority is just us in the US.
Most of mine's in Asia.
Countries. I've never had note from Asia. Never. It's always been GB US. I think I've had the odd Germany. I think I've Germany before. And I think, what was the other one? Netherlands, Holland. That's about it. It's as far as I've ventured with the world.
Yeah, I've had a couple people, even on our live streams. The one guy was a German, and we've got Vaping Bic over there in Netherlands, and we've got a couple other ones in Europe. But according to YouTube, nobody in Europe watches my content. You have to take their
Which is very odd.
analytics with a grain of salt.
Oh, God, I didn't believe in none of it, really. I just look, I went, I read, or... I mean...
My favorite is when I get on my phone and I look and see, okay, well, this stream that we just did last week has 150 views on it. Then I go into the control room for YouTube and it says there's only 130 views on it.
Yeah. But that varies because sometimes I'll sit here and we're on 190 views over here. You know what I mean? You're like, right, or...
What the...
The analytics are bullshit, man. Do you know what I mean? Absolutely garbage.
Where is it? I had it.
The goalposts don't get constantly moved. They're still moving. Oh, I'll have a quick
Maybe
look
it wasn't
here.
last week. Maybe it was the week before. Yep.
YouTube. Wait, hold on a minute.
Here you go. It said we had 77 views. Right? Why is it when I was watching the stream it said 93 views? You see that?
Yeah. I'm just having a quick look at what we got there. What did you get for last week's show? Oh, where were? How many views did you have for last week?
I don't know. I'll have to take a look.
I'm just comparing what the figures are. Just seeing how much YouTube's kind of bullshit with.
156.
That matches. That tallies, yeah.
Meanwhile, this week we've only got 45.
Up to now. Well, it's still gone live on mine, so...
Yeah, but this time last week we were at 90 something. Even if somebody just pops in for 5 minutes and leaves, that counts as a view.
Oh.
Well, it's like the back room right now says that there's 15 live viewers, and in the control panel here on OBS it says we only have 13.
I've got 14 on the live thing.
What do you believe? Why is it different?
Exactly. Dusty Country Road says she does 60 inches. Does he couldn't say she does TV but she has chat on the phone? Stephen Lane's the same. Yeah. 55-inch. Get up, yeah, fucker.
That's what I normally used to do, like when I was watching Steve, when he did have a coffee with Legion Vapes. I would watch it on the TV, but I would use my phone to chat.
Ah. Cool. Refresh that. We're back on. Put that back to live. It's the so-called algorithm is bollocks, you know. I mean, it's just they're just the goalposts aren't moving. They're like going like that all the time, aren't they? They're like, wait, come on, no, you're not getting that. No, we're gonna move them. But honestly, it's bollocks.
I was watching
What's
Peter
bollocks?
McKinnon the other day, and he put out a video that said something about it's not YouTube's algorithm, it's you.
Fuck off. He's gone weird, hasn't he? Dark bluesy bullshit and everything. He's gone totally weird in. No, think
his hair was down to here.
Yeah, no, find it with someone when they find fame, they're going all fucking weird, don't they? It's weird, fucker. I used to love watching them, but now I'm kind of like, you're creeping me out now a bit, you know what I mean? With your shit.
I gave up on over-the-air TV for the longest time. You know, I had an antenna up on the roof. I would watch, local news channels. I was like so proud that, I was one of the first ones when they made TV digital in the States. I had, like 80 channels to choose from. It was all free.
Wow.
And then Netflix come along and it got me spoiled to the point where it's like, this is what life is like without any commercials? What?
Yeah.
And then Amazon Prime did the same thing. And now Amazon's even got advertising sponsored TV now.
Generally, mainstream TV, it's all repeats. It's honestly, it's shit. Same old shit every day. Some of it is repeats. And you're like, why am I paying a TV license? I'm watching the same shit every fucking day, and it's garbage. You know what I mean? I've got my nice little Fire Stick on the go there with, your IP TV on. If it wasn't for that, I probably wouldn't even bother turning the fucking TV on because the stuff that's on is garbage.
Listen, I even thought about, because the antenna wire literally comes up. I never got around to running it down the wall from the attic. It literally comes down from the attic steps, down the stairs, and across in front of the fireplace to the TV. And I thought about just disconnecting it altogether because we never watch it. Except the one time that my wife decides that she wants to watch a football game so she can watch the Dallas Cowboys play. Then all of a sudden it's like, oh man, do we have a subscription for this service or that service? I'm like, no, but we got an antenna on the roof. Here you go.
Yeah, everything's pay-per-view now, and yet we're paying in the UK we pay a TV license fee for fuck all. Nothing. Same repeat, same shit every day. Nothing's changed. Garbage.
Don't watch movies neither.
I'm hitty missy. I've got a fancy something to watch something, if you know what I mean.
For us,
fancy watching a horror.
While the wife is making dinner, I'll put something on TV, and while we're eating, we'll watch a program before we go to bed. That's it. The only time we watch TV.
Yeah, it's rare for me now. I'm not really I used to watch it 24/7 once upon a time, but as it's got more and more boring and more repetitive, I'm just like, can't be asked for anymore.
Yeah.
I may as well use it as a fucking monitor for my computer.
That's exactly what I did. I took our 55-inch TV when we upgraded ours in the bedroom, and I put it in here as a monitor.
There's no way that would be a fucking monitor. Like, it's like 75-inch 4K. I wouldn't even. I couldn't even put it on the desk, which is like, whoa.
Yeah.
The thing
But
is,
the wife
you
was,
know,
we were
take-
streaming
I'll take-
Netflix off of the TV, and the wife was complaining. She's like, man, this thing is just too slow. It's ridiculous, blah, 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 blah. And we came across a sale for one size up TV than what we had. It was the newer generation. I'm like, okay, there we go. New Roku TV. As long as I get the one off of the bedroom and put it in my office studio as a monitor, I'm happy.
I mean, I've always, with TVs, I've always stuck with Sony. I've found them TVs are out this fucking world, you know, the Bravia range and all that. And
big money, too.
gone the same with this and that. Oh, but they're worth every penny. I mean, I got a pension through, and I thought, I cashed one of my pensions in. I thought I'm going to fucking treat myself a nice telly, and I paid, I think it was 1,100 quid for that, £1,100 for that, and I thought, it's a TV, but pound for pound, it's worth every fucking penny. When you're actually watching something on 4K, it's fucking out of this world. But that's the problem. A lot of broadcasters are not broadcasting 4K. You know what I mean? There's hardly. But we watch. I like a lot of nature programs. If I ever watch it, I watch a nature program, and they're doing a thing now. It's Blue Planet or Planet Earth 3, and they are doing that in 4K. And when you watch it in 4K in nature, honestly, it's phenomenal. The picture, like it's out of this world. But and it's worth every penny, pound for pound. See, when I bought my 4K monitor, I thought, it's fuck all, and I looked on YouTube or stream 4K fucking blah 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 picture, and Jesus Christ, it just fucking jumps out of you. When you can get the actual proper footage for what you're watching it on, it's mind blowing. I mean, we've got 4K TVs now. You know yourself with the advancing technology in movies that they're up to what, 16, 20K now? I mean, what the fuck, 20K? Jesus Christ, come on. What next? It's scary, isn't it?
Technology marches along, man, and that's just like these things. You know, everybody dismisses it. Oh, it's bad. It's the kids. I'm like, yeah, you know what? I thought the same thing for the longest time until somebody said, hey, we'll send you this if you review it. My wife was like, oh, yeah, I like that idea. Okay, whatever. I'll do it. I'll review it for you. So I got them, and then it's like, listen, I've gone through at least half a dozen of these different, things, different brands, different companies, and I can't get over how good these have gotten. You can go and spend $15 like my wife did just this morning, and you've got something that's going to last you at least a week.
I mean, for a long time, I was in the same position. I was very anti-disposable. I thought, that's just a fucking gimmick and all that shit. And then when you actually sit down and think about it and give one a go, and you're like, fuck me, these taste better than fucking some of the RDAs that's out. You know what I mean? The flavour of them is phenomenal. And you can see the attraction.
Yeah.
The simplicity, the ease of use, and the flavour. The flavors are phenomenal with them. And you're like, why are you going to ban these? They're absolutely out of this world. If they were around when I was quitting, fuck me, I would have been done in 2 minutes flat.
Yes, same here.
On them.
That's the reason why I keep putting them out. Nobody likes them. Everybody hates disposables, especially when you do a review on it. They're like, oh yeah, you're just a tobacco shell. No. I'm hoping that video gets found by somebody that's looking to quit smoking and goes, man, I saw this at my gas station. Do I really want to buy it?
But that's my point with them, right? That's my argument with them, right? If you've got your cigarette stand and your disposable stand, anybody that decides to quit smoking will do it on a spur of the moment. They'll not plan it. They're going, right, I'm going to try and quit smoking. And that's the first thing they'll fucking look at. So why ban them? First thing to look at.
Especially when you look at the harm, the relative perspective of harm. We just talked about it, Clive Bates had to give his speech on there. But what you guys didn't see was an earlier presentation where they actually talked about youth to pick this up. They don't go on to smoking cigarettes, and most of them stop vaping without being forced to stop. It's a fad.
It's a fad.
They did it to fit in, and once they realized, hey man, nobody really is doing this, they move on to the next thing. They go try
Exactly.
cannabis, they try binge drinking or whatever they try nowadays.
That's what I believe will be the next thing. That if they ban disposables, they'll move on to pod systems. That's the next best thing. If they really want to continue with the vaping journey, you know what I mean? Or
My
they want to
question
try
is
vaping.
how many of these kids are actually smoking cannabis, not nicotine?
Yeah. No, but you think about, like, you know, the vaping's so popular, and like I say, the disposables get banned, which in a sense in itself has lit a fuse, because once they ban them, the kids are gonna go, well, we're gonna get our hands on disposables, or if we get dodgy ones, but what can we move to next? And the next logical thing is pod systems. So not only have you got the black market for disposables, but you're also going to have a lot of them moving on to pod systems. So are they going to ban pod systems when kids start vaping then? It's a domino, man. Domino effect. You just don't know.
Listen, disposables have been banned in Australia the whole time, but they're still readily available, and it's still a problem for teens. So that tells me your regulations don't do shit to stop kids from getting access to this, and doesn't stop the black market from supplying people what they want. If people don't want it, the black market's not going to sell it. Nobody's going to sell it. So if there's a vape shop popping up everywhere, that's because people want to buy it.
And plus, we've said on numerous occasions, you know, prohibition doesn't fucking work. It never has. Never will.
No.
In fact, you're going to attract people when you do something like that. Oh, they're not out with that. Oh, they're not out with that. Wonder why. I'm going to have a go. Boom. It has the opposite effect.
Sir David Attenborough.
Oh, he's a legend, that guy. Absolute legend. I love his voice. I sit and listen to him all night. Just got one of them voices you can just listen to.
Steve Lane says it's Netflix,
tell you who
Hulu,
else.
YouTube, and then IPTV subscription here too.
I tell you what, a nice voice. Richard Burton. Remember Richard Burton? Oh, when he done War of the World, when he done the War of the Worlds LP. Oh, I was just like, my God, that man's so relaxing.
Listen, this past week, my wife come home yesterday and she's like, listen, your ex-wife hates you. I'm like, yeah, I know. What's new? She's like, no, she hates you because your daughter and her husband are sitting there watching Sound of Music and singing every song in the movie. And it's your fault.
At least you've left some legacy, mate. That's all I can say.
You know what? It actually wasn't me. It was my mother. My mother was the first one to put it on for her. I made her watch
Really,
it.
Sound of Music. Jesus Christ. I've never seen that for years. I can't remember it.
Yeah.
Jeez, Sound of Music. Holy shit. They say the oldies are the goldies. We just watched yesterday Willy Wonka, but with Gene Wilder in. What a fucking film. That was class.
Yep.
The Gene Wilder one. Because every time I watch it now, it just reminds us of the memes when he's like that. You know, and then all the memes come out,
Exactly.
and you're like, that's all that sticks into my
The
head.
classics are classics, and that's why, you know, during the dad jokes, we sit there and we bring all these things up because it's like you read the simple words on an image, and it brings you back to the 80s when you heard the song the first time.
Yeah. Without a doubt.
You were bopping your head driving down the road and singing along to the music on the radio. It's just...
I've still got a lot of oldies on my little playlists all over the shop, and I'm still an oldie school. I still love the old stuff. Now, modern stuff, yeah, a bit hitty missy on some of it, but
I loved it all.
you
As a
can't
DJ,
beat
I
that
had
old.
to.
But you can't beat that old-time rock and roll as Bob Seger would say.
Exactly. Bob Seger.
Yeah. I love that tune. Well, last thing's it's corny as fuck.
Listen, if I had a dollar for every time I was DJing a wedding and the bride and groom says, I do not want that song played at our wedding, ever. We don't want Celebration. We don't want Bob Seger. We don't want this and this and this. I'm like, well, that's changing of the generation.
I used to run down my underpants off the film, the Tom Cruise. Get your old time rock and roll. I used to run around.
I remember that movie.
Just going, fuck Yeah, just go. Fuck
Risky
off.
business.
I think it was Hustler or Risky Business.
Risky
or Hustler,
Business.
something like that. Yeah, Risky Business. I just run down, have a shirt in my underpants and faster.
Yep. Who was it? Rebecca De Mornay and Tom Cruise in the subway.
Yeah, man. I've done it with well, obviously I didn't dress up, but when I was hoovering Mrs. Doubtfire, I used to put the tune on and give it the old fucking
ZZ Top.
driving nuts. So you gotta come. That's it, I used to do that with the hoovering. All right, yeah.
Addie says no chicken dance.
No chicken dance. We used to have Agadoo. Everybody hated that. Agadoo. That was the one that we just got.
Agadoo.
Agadoo, shake your eyes will push a tree. Agadoo, shake your eyes will push a tree. To the left, to the right.
Is that the precursor to Shark Baby?
It was fucking horrible, cheesy tune. It was disgusting. Horrible. Nobody liked it. Superman. You know what I mean? Oh, some of the so-called dance party tunes were fucking gross. What was it? I am a music man, and this is what I play. I play. What can you play? I play the piano. Do da do da do da da do da da. You're like, fuck off. Honestly, shite. Absolute shite. But you know, ban that. Don't want that played. Time Warp as well. That got played to death. The Time Warp. I used to love that film, but the Time Warp got played to death. The original Richard O'Brien, brilliant film, but God, it got hammered, that song, didn't it?
Sure did.
It's just a jump to the left. And a step to the right. Brilliant tune in the film. But when the radio started playing, you're like, for fuck's sake, you've just destroyed a classic.
There have been plenty of songs that have been overplayed week after week after week. It's just like,
come on. I mean, now, like, Christmas is approaching, obviously, and in the UK, there's nobody making new Christmas songs. It's all old stuff. Slade, Merry Christmas. Wham, Last Christmas. Band-Aid. It's all, you're like, fuck, come on. Something fresh, perhaps, you know what I mean? I know the classics.
That's what happens when all the media gets owned by 6 corporations and they're not willing to, contract out new music.
Died. No, I've died. Sorry. You fucking bastard.
It just means we've reached the end of the stream.
Fucking does it every time, the bastard. You know what I mean?
It just means that we've reached the end of the stream, mate. We're coming on 5 hours again.
So that's how it goes. We know it.
It's the timer. It's the egg timer going off, letting you know it's that time.
Pain in the butt it is, man, honestly. Oh my God, where'd that go?
It always flies by.
We've done quite a lot this week, actually. Especially with the news and that. I mean, Christ, the shit is certainly hit the fan in Australia now, like big style.
Yeah, and that's what we know. We started out with talking about the dichotomy of harm. Like Clive Bates says, if there's no actual realized harm from vaping, then why all this tobacco control? Why all these bans? Why all these taxes? Can't we just, focus on the fact that the science has already shown the likelihood of this causing harm to people, generations later is slim to none? So
I mean, if they do come in with this stuff, technically the bogan could be arrested because how many fucking vape products does he possess? He could get fucking 20 years for fucking the shit he's got. If they do that, you know what I mean? Like, wow, man, come on. That's scary. Is he going to disappear? I mean, will he disappear if all that comes into place?
Now you know why Steve changed the name of his channel. That's why it's Legion's Lair now.
Yeah.
He knew the writing was on the wall.
I mean, you could get away with shit. You doesn't have to have the vape. You could just have the bogan, you know, and nobody's none the wiser. But even so, you know, they're going to monitor the channel content over there as well as YouTube. It's just to know how it's going to work, do you?
Listen, it might be like it is over here. You know, the black market's going to supply the product, and it's just going to be sent through the mail despite a vape mail ban. You're still going to get your product. You're still going to keep acting because that's what the people want. And they're going to make an example of somebody, and so be it. You know what?
But this is what I'm thinking with the bogan. I don't think he will disappear, or he wants to disappear. But I think with him obviously being one of the top reviewers in the Aussie, if they catch him, they'll fucking hammer him to make an example of him. That's me fear for him.
Yeah,
he'll get fucked. You know what I mean? Which is unfair, without a doubt. So I think he's got to like tread kind of carefully, really, when you think about it. Unless, like you say, the people, you know, vote a game with their feet and they can overturn it, which I hope to do. But
I don't know. Tell me if I'm wrong, okay, mate? I have a problem with a lot of these people, especially in the vape sphere, all these vape reviewers that go out there and they'll buy all this stuff to review and they'll talk about the things that people truly want. They'll only do reviews on RTAs and RDAs and drippers and stuff like that. Never touch disposable, never do pods until they get to a situation where it's like, all right, I'll just do this one. And they never talk advocacy. And then they want to cry the blues when all of a sudden their state banned it and their state taxed it and the country's getting ready to do some ridiculous double taxation. Where were they when the advocacy needed to be out there to the public to inform the public? Guess what? You are about to lose your vapes. No, we wait till the last minute when the guillotine's ready to cut your neck off, and then we're going to start getting into advocacy.
Yeah, although they'll pass the book, they'll say, well, this has happened, but if you go and join such and such for your advocacy, they'll kind of swerve it, so to speak. You know what I mean?
I know for a fact this channel could have grown a lot faster if I had done what I originally set out to do. If I reviewed every product I got, and I focused on things that I know people want because I want it, and ignored the things that, you know, are selling like hotcakes, but nobody actually ever watches a video to review a disposable because, like you said, if they're in a gas station and they're thinking about buying, a pack of fags, guess what? They might decide to buy a vape this time. They're not going to be looking at a YouTube video to see if it's worthwhile or not. Only people our age would actually do the research to go, man, I've been hearing a lot of bad shit about this. Is this really that bad?
I've always said the review scene is for hobbyists, not for people that's going to quit. Me quitting, never even thought about looking at YouTube. Never even give it a bat an eyelid. I went to a vape shop. Didn't bat an eyelid with YouTube until I become a hobbyist. When I become a hobbyist, then I started using YouTube.
I got onto YouTube as soon as I got home from the vape shop because I didn't like what I saw and it didn't make any sense to me. And I'm like, why would they ban it? If this is going to save people's lives, why would you ban it? Why would you tax it?
But obviously, like I say, when I started vaping, it was like just before the heyday, you know, and it was popular and everything. So we never had that worry. You know, it was the best thing since sliced bread. When I was pretty much vaping before I started reviewing. I mean, I was vaping a long time before I was reviewing. And when I moved up, when I started to think about upgrading, that's when I started researching YouTube to see, well, okay, from a Kanga Tech pen, what's the next step? And that's when I started looking about on YouTube, and that's when I found people, and that's kind of where it began, really. But the initial decision to quit smoking was there and then. It wasn't. I didn't go to YouTube or nothing. It was an instant. Right. I was just. I'd actually passed a vape shop a few days prior, and I looked and I thought, yeah, vaping. And then a couple of days later, I actually went into the vape shop. The guy set up with a Kanga pen. Fair enough, the first juice he gave us was fucking shite. And I went back and I went, that's near fucking good for me. It's disgusting. It was pear. It was fucking horrible. It was bitter. Nothing like a pear. It was disgusting. And then he put us onto them, is it the Doctor something fucking salts, the Doctor ones or something? He put us onto them with different flavours. And he said, try that one. And that was when I found a Purple Rain. I actually tried one of the ones he gave us, which was kind of a Purple Rain. But then he had one of them there. Can't remember the brand, the Vimy, whatever you call them. He had a Purple Rain. And I'm like, oh, I like it because it had a nice, snazzy, nice little purple colour case. It was pretty. I went, I'll try that. And then that was it. I was hooked on that, and that's what I quit on.
Almond milk was my
Salt.
failure flavor.
Yeah. I think he tried to put on Dr. Salts. And it was like a grape, but it was a menthol, but it was like too mentally for us. And I went, nah. Then he went, oh, well, I've got a similar one here. Oh, what's the brand begins with the V? I think I looked at it the other week when I showed you Purple Rain. And I was hooked on that. And I started on, I was on 24, which I found harsh. Last a couple of days I went back, I said, this is no good. He tried it, then he put it on to 20. And I used the 20 to get used to it. Then within a month I was down to 12. I've done another month on 12, and then I dropped it to 3 after another month. And then I've never moved from 3 ever since. Within a couple of months, straight down to 3. But my mindset was there as well. Obviously, tobacco, no, boom. And 3 mil was my comfy position, and I've stayed there ever since. But like I say, my initial packing in had fuck all to do with social media. It was just passing a shop. Which, like I said, in the day, if disposables were available to us, we would have walked in the shop and went, fuck, I'm going to have a go at that. And it was ready to go.
Yeah. Here's the frustrating part for me when I take a look at the numbers, because you know me, I'm a numbers guy, right? There's 82 million vapors worldwide, right? 82 million people every single day go and they use this so that they don't smoke or trying not to smoke, right?
Yeah.
There's only one person that I know of that has ever gotten more than 1 million subscribers on YouTube for vape content. And he's the one that bailed and then ended up coming back later.
Yeah. Rip Tripper.
Okay. Actual advocates that are out there fighting for your rights, I'd be willing to bet it's no more than about 100 people across the entire planet.
I could probably concur with that easy.
Maybe if you look at it, people, warriors like Michael Redfern, that's out there constantly tweeting about it and constantly tweeting about it to advocate for it. Maybe if you count those, you might have 200 people compared to the 44,000 that's in tobacco control.
Out of all the well-known vape reviewers that I know that are actually active in this kind of thing, the only one that ever pops into my head is Grim Green. Nobody else, just Grim Green.
Exactly.
I couldn't even think of anybody else. That's the first name that sticks into your head with Advocacy. Grim Green, straight in. To be honest, I couldn't even think of another one that's active as much as him. Nothing off the top of my head comes to that. Grim Green. That's all I think about when it comes to advocacy. When it comes to top reviewers, whatever you want to call them.
Who else even talks about advocacy? That's a vape reviewer.
Very few.
Vic will talk about it once in a while, on the what's up, on what something happened or this happened, or like he put out a video to go, hey man, go watch Bogan's video about Australia because they're fucked.
Yeah, only when it's fucking, there, but he doesn't preach it all the time. Only when there's a story or there's something happened then, but you're not preaching it all the time. You know what I mean?
And then you got somebody like Brent Stafford who's been doing this nonstop for how long now? I mean, since he started vaping, and started doing this stuff, that's all he's focused on. Is calling out the regulators for their crap.
I mean, it made myself, I'm probably guilty of it myself, I've never really done a lot of advocacy myself, but, it's come to the point now where, I've got to open my eyes and I have got to do something, especially, like I say, with the UK, we've got that public consultation I have filled that in, by the way. If anybody wants to know, I have filled it in, even though the questions were the wording was very much trying to catch you out. Very weird, the wording, but you've got to sit and don't just rush through it. Digest it a bit before you answer, because the wording is there to catch you out. Trust us, it's there to catch you out. But I don't know. And if I can do me bit, then I will do me bit. I mean, like I say, I'm only a small channel. I'm now fucking big, but I think if I was a big successful channel, then I would be doing it, without a doubt. No
it's
problems
disheartening,
at
though.
all.
I mean, if you think about it, I mean, Brent's been doing this, and he has a perfect stream, the perfect, videos, the way he does it, the interviews, the reports about this, and talks to the right people and gets the information out there. And after doing it for, 10 years now, at least he's been out there, he's got like 5,000 subs. So out of the 82 million people that are vaping every single day, only 5,000 people care enough to even keep up with what's going on.
I think it's the case of as well, a lot of vapers are ignorant. They think, well, I'll be all right, somebody else will do it. That's the kind of, I think that's the kind of thought process behind as well. Oh, I'll be all right, somebody else will do it. Before you know it, that's somebody else who's doing it isn't enough.
So only 1/10
of
1% of the people actually give a shit about it?
Yeah. Sad thing, isn't it? Sad fucking projection. Sad.
And how many people have come through the vape sphere and they made their money and then they bailed?
Yeah, fucked off. I've seen people come and go in my time on here, easy. Some have made it, some have.
I've seen people that have gotten burned out and walked away from it. That's a different ball game altogether.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. I mean,
eventually you feel
example.
defeated and go, it ain't worth my time and effort. I could be doing this or this or this.
I mean, a good example here was Dean the Devil Vapor. He'd been going. He had about 20,000 subs, and he just said, enough's enough, and life comes first. Which you kudos to the guy. He's called it a day. Whether he comes back or not, I don't know. But he was a cracking reviewer, cracking guy. Just bailed out of it. But again, there's also a lot of drama going on in the UK vape scene as well. So, maybe you got just fucking pissed off with that as well. Those dramas are fucking bullshit, and if you don't fit in or you say something, there's fucking all hell on, you know what I mean? So it's shit. That's the only thing that's disappointing for me personally. There's the UK review scene. It can be very bitchy and very dramatic, but generally the vape scene in the UK is fabulous. I mean, recent channels that done charity events, for Mick, we're doing myself, they've all clubbed together and raised money for the guy, and as the vape scene, that's fantastic. But it's the review scene where you do come across problems, unfortunately.
Yeah. All right, so let me pick your brain. One question. What do we do to change the way the scenario is? What's something that hasn't been tried yet? How do we get people to give a shit before it's too late?
It is a difficult one because it normally, at the end of the day, it is before it's too late that people act. You know what I mean? And they do too little too late. That's the problem. Until people see it as a potential. See, I mean, it depends where you are. I mean, in the UK, everybody thinks we've got a rosy. We don't need to worry about now. But, with the ban of the vapes, I think that's the first domino to fall. I really do. And I think I'm looking at it as a mirror image of what's happening in the US. The US started with all the scaremongering, which we've had recently. We've had all the scaremongering crap stories. Then we've had about banning this, which is obviously the disposables. It's probably not going to happen until maybe next year. But if that ban comes in, I think that's the first domino for them to now start. It's a difficult one to call because obviously they're wanting to. There's no smoke-free by whenever. They put a lot of money into vaping, i.e., vape shops, hospitals, etc. So to me, that's going to be counteractive. So I don't know how it's going to pan out, but I think if they ban it, it's opening the door for the anti-vape fucking protesters. You know, it's letting them get their foot in the door to me, and then where do you go from there? At the end of the day, it's education, mate. You know, it's putting out facts and proper information to people, and let them realise, you know, what, you know, yeah, you might be sitting comfortable, but you've still got to keep on top to keep your politicians knowing that you want to keep vaping. You've still got to push them, even though that they might approve of it, but you've still got to fucking give them that gentle reminder or that gentle nudge that you want vaping to stay, or you're not going to fucking vote for them, basically. You know what I mean? You still need that little bit of pressure. I mean, we have got, you know, people fucking down there in London, UKV and all that shit, you know, doing the lobbying and all that shit, but sometimes you think, is it enough? You know what I mean?
You guys got ahead of the game in as far as legislation goes, because you had, I forget what the guy's name was. I'd heard him being talked about a couple different occasions, but there was one guy that led the charge and like pulled the grassroots movement together of all the people that were actually vaping at the very beginning and said, listen, we are not going to just go quietly by. We're not going to let you look good actually adding to the death that's already out there.
Yeah.
And you guys led the charge, and you got the registration, the legislation that was reasonable and accommodating. And granted, you know, TPD wasn't the greatest, but people obviously ignored the whole, you know, 2 mil capacity and all this other stuff.
I think I say, people voted with their feet, you know what I mean? They just said, you know, you don't do this, we ain't going to vote for you. And, you know, politics in Britain's very fucking fragile, you know, and that's what they want. At the end of the day is votes. You know what I mean? Well, last two, you know, elections have been pretty fucking close, you know, and we've actually had a hung parliament, you know, previously as well. So it's you know, it's not a cut and shut case for these parties now, you know, they're getting closer and closer, and people. So, you know, I think they're going to sit up and take notice of the voters. And, you know, if these voters are saying, well, we want to fucking vape, you know, that's the way you want to go down the political route, for them to back you. If they don't, you vote for somebody who does. Simple as that. Even if it's the Raven Looney Party, you just, you know what I mean? You push your vote, you know, so I think in a way we are kind of blessed with the political system we've got, you know what I mean? Because, you know, we've only got two main parties, maybe 3 main parties in a push, you know what I mean? And, you know, they are squabbling like fuck for votes, so, you know, they're going to listen. They want the votes, they're going to listen. That's why the Tories have done, I mean, they're a shit government at the end of the day. We're fucking, you know, the rest of the fucking country's fucked, but with regards to vaping, they've just took a hands-off approach to that. They've never fucked with it. You know what I mean? So they haven't promoted it, but they haven't unpromoted it. You know, they've just kept their hands off fucking touch. They haven't pushed anything. But it's like a lot of people have said, you know, any guys that's reviewing, that's looking at advocacy have said that, you know, it's a probability that Labour will win the next election, and a lot of them are anti-fucking vape, and so, you know, it's going to be a push to convince them that people still want to vape, and you know, whatever it's going to do. Well, that's kind of why everybody's seeing like the push for this public consultation, because that public consultation could be a big decision maker on how Labour want to go with it. You know,
I just hope that we never come to the point where you have to make a video like Bogan begging and pleading people to stand up, call their politicians, and stop this from being prohibited.
I still think we've got enough in ourselves to do that. I still believe we can do. I think they kind of done it when the TPD came round. Anyway, we voted politically, and you know, we kind of won that round. So I think it would work again, because, like I say, the parties now are that close together with regarding votes. You know, they're all fighting for votes, and at the end of the day, they'll do what they can to get them.
Yeah.
So we're kind of in that kind of position, aren't we? So, but you know, you don't know. You just don't know. It's
all
a
right,
good
ladies
old
and
grey
gentlemen,
area,
we are past the 5-hour mark, so I appreciate you
Wow,
guys,
all
hanging
right.
out and sticking around with us while we're sitting here yapping back and
Thank
forth
you.
like a bunch of old 80s. But it
As
is
always.
typical mixing and chilling episode. We legit, two old guys just sitting here chilling, talking about this or talking about that, and anyway,
Yeah,
we'll be back same time,
Conversation's good.
same time, same place next week. Peace, love, and a hunky vape to end cigarette combustion. Hope you all have a fantastic weekend.
As always, boys and girls, thank you for joining us. You do make the show, we love having you here. But just remember, before you go, smash that like button, boys and girls, because it does help the analytics, allegedly, you know what I mean? But you know what YouTube's like. But yeah, as always, again, thanks to you guys in chats. Thanks to DJ Alex for having me, as always. We're still plodding on. And as always, guys, we will see you same place, same time next week. And as always, you all stay safe. You all vape safe, and we'll see you all next week. You all take care now, and bye-bye.
Happy Thanksgiving to all of you.
Oh, yes, happy Thanksgiving to all you guys out there. Even though we don't believe in it, but never mind. Take care, boys and girls.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.
Yesterday, there was sun and there was rain, beauty in the mundane. And as the light startled our eyes, we let go of disguise. And now, there's something in the air and a sparkly shimmer on our skin.